Mad King Hyperion was first.
Oh, Hyperion first. Let's go. What up, Eli? Speed. Okay. Gotta set things up as per usual. The start here. Okay. Yo. Also, what up, Inori? Okay, then we open this. Okay. Where was that? Okay. That open Elden Ring. Open this. Apparently, the FPS fix can maybe cause some slowdowns, possibly in fights, is what Blanks was saying, or at least on his computer. So we'll practice with it on and see if we notice anything. And if we do, we can just make a keybind to toggle the patch on and off. Okay. Always feel the best about just starting with Radon. Oh, what up, spookers? Brother. I hate when he does the cross slash out of range. That's so annoying. Zero seconds. This is world record pace. It's gotta be. I don't know. What if it takes us more than 56 minutes right here? That was 3. Okay, how did that not parry? Whatever. It's just gonna be the worst for Dawn of all time. It's fine. Did I bench 650 now? Only 650? And we don't get a frost proc. Yep, that's what I expected. Wow, that's stalling. I mean, no frost proc in phase 2 is rare and unlucky, but does happen. No frost proc in phase 1 is ridiculous. Yo, Hyperion! Give for the gift sub to Eli Divine. It still could be Ellie Divine. I could just say divine because that's the easy part to say. Why did it say an anonymous person on the alert? I don't know. I don't know why it says anonymous person on the alert. Excuse you. What? Okay. I guess I can roll through his attack and get killed by nothing instead. I guess that can happen. That's cool. Yo! MMA Fro, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Yo, thank you for the good luck. Yo, what were you up to? Is it Sekiroing? Oh. Doom Eternal. Very nice. Doomed. Are you speedrunning it? The speedrun for that game looks super cool, but also just playing it looks super cool. I have not played Doom, I guess it was 2016, or Doom Eternal yet, but they do both look very fun. Casually speedrunning, nice. It's 4. All right. Get that out. Good. Even casually with 5,000 plus hours. Yeah, very casually. Nice. Beautiful. That's a beautiful fight. That's what we're looking for. You. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. Hopefully this still ends up working out fine. Grandma. One, two, three. Yep, nah, you're not escaping me. Yours is negative 0.000 seconds. That's pretty impressive. That's a pretty good world record. All right. I want to move on for Radon for a bit, but we'll probably come back and practice him again at the end. I like to start with practicing him. I like to end with practicing him. He just needs practice. Oh, Alexander Pot Friend. Our favorite. Someone who we would never slaughter for this for their talisman in this category.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf Dane.
Oh, whoops.
Will
It's a
never
little late on
allow
that.
this.
Buffing shouldn't matter too much, but... One, two, three. One, two, three. One, two. One, two, three. Two, three, four.
With this battle I send you on, it was an honor to face a worthy lord.
Huh.
Go.
That was very strange. Have you played Ghost of Tsushima? I have not played it. I have watched some people play it for a bit, and it looked fun. Didn't really look like my style of game, though. Didn't look like something I would love. How long did it take you to get the parry timing down? A long time. Many, like, pretty much days of just practicing the parry timing. It's ridiculously tight on like, your reaction time. So you have to know every move. The instant that frame one of it starts up, you have to know what frame he's doing, or what move he's doing.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow this.
And sometimes the timing is also very tight of, like, you can be too early and it'll just mess up and, like, things like that. Stop doing the worst possible attack. Stop doing the other worst possible attack. Slightly less worse, but like close. All right. Yo, what up, Scotty? Fun. You're taking a break from Souls. Ah. Compares to you, it's entertaining to watch. It's tough. I mean, it is fun. Some people do just do it for fun casually. But it is tough.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow this.
We'll never allow this. Out in the middle of this. Man, there was just nothing I could do on that. Yo, thanks, Cable. Best high dynamic range game you've seen. Ah. Yeah, I'm not a visuals guy. Like, I can appreciate, like, oh, that looks nice, but, like, visuals to me are, like, 1% of my enjoyment of a game. Frame rate is, like, 5%, and then the gameplay is, like, over 90%.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and
story may be, like, 2%.
will never allow this.
Oh, that sucks. This is also gonna suck because I'm not gonna have enough stamina. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Beautiful game. Lots of pretty spots to enjoy. Hi, what up, Zeus? Let's. I don't know that we need to practice Leda anymore. There's not really a whole lot of skill involved in the Leda fight, so practicing it more. You can theoretically practice until you can get like a bunch of really weird situations and find like super specific backups, but for the most part, practicing Leda kind of doesn't do anything. She's either going to be nice or she's really, really not. Who is this dude? I don't know. Okay. Oops. That works. Okay, one oops there. Otherwise, that was pretty well played. So it looks like we may have some yeses for four-person Elden Ring, all bosses. With split responsibilities. Oh, this is really bad. Okay, I guess we're fine. Missed, but I guess that's fine. I won't spoil who yet, just in case they later say, oh, never mind, I can't make it or whatever, but it's looking like we'll be able to get a group of 4 together. So we can start thinking about exactly what the best split of bosses would be to give, you know, it should be roughly 50 bosses per person with the least wasted, you know, movement time. And if possible, giving everyone some cool, interesting bosses as well. Because if one person is just, you only kill mini bosses, that is your purpose. That could be, you know, less interesting. Oh, how did that hit? And then the worst. Oh, we could get. Yeah. Well, this is going to be a disaster, Romina. Figure out a way to salvage it. Yo, what up, Shafalovsky? That's what I expected. Ah, another stall. Point where if someone did all caves, crypts, etc. back to back, that would be neat. That's basically what currently somebody would do. So if somebody does find that neat, then then that's cool. If everybody finds that boring, then it's like, oh no, we're gonna have to, you know, find a way to generally keep efficiency, but make it so that nobody has to do something that they're like, oh, that's boring, I don't want to do that. That works. All right. That's a good Romina. This is gonna be a bit awkward with this angle right here. Okay. Unfortunately, I tried something. That was a little experimental, and the experiment results were a failure. On the previous move, but oh well. Still not a terrible Romina. Yo, what up, Chip? Alright, so I'm just gonna write down, and we can adjust this later. I'm just gonna write down the basic idea is we have somebody do rush to the DLC. Somebody do rush to late game. Mountaintops. Snowfield. Halig Tree. Elden Beast. We have somebody do the side content / underground. So Fia's quest, Ronnie's quest for Estelle and Fortisax, and then all the underground stuff. And then somebody clean up above ground. So that is Limgrave, Liurnia, Caelid, and Altus. That is the current plan. Does this capture all bosses in the game? Do all bosses in the game fall into one of these 4 categories, or are there extra things that we would need to include? A halibut. Ungrave Liurnia, Caelid Altus. That's the main, like, mainland. Side content underground, so that's, you know, Nokron and Deep-Root Depths and all that. Late game, Mountaintops Snowfield, which gets you to Haligtree. And then also the late game with, like, Elden Beast. Jails and stuff in the DLC, is that under side content? In the DLC? That's DLC. If it's in the DLC, that's DLC. This is like, basically, consider these 3 people are doing every single main game thing in the game, and this one person is just DLC. Does above ground include Farum Azula? Farum Azula is on the way to Elden Beast, so no. Farum Azula is literally required to get to Elden Beast. So yes, this person will also just do Placidusax on the way there, because they are forced to go through Godskin Duo and Malekith anyway. So obviously they would just do Placidusax while they're there. I think this covers everything. I think. Which DLC was the first person basically ending after Moog and other stuff? No. Rush to the DLC and do the DLC. Rush to the late game and do the late game. Rush to the side content and do the side content. / underground. Where... I mean, I think this covers everything. It feels like each of these... Because, like, this is basically what we were doing in DRL, and in 2 hours, you could get most of Limgrave, Liurnia, Caelid, and Altus done. So it probably, this feels like it takes around 3 hours. That's what that feels like to me. That feels to me like that should take around 3 hours. Side content underground, I feel like you can get that done. That's basically like in an all remembrances run, you do that stuff anyway. So I feel like that's like 2.5 to 3 hours. Rushing through to Elden Beast is about 1 hour. So adding in the stuff along the way and the Snowfield, Haligtree, all that. It's like still feels like just 2.5 to 3 hours. Doesn't feel like it should be that long. And then DLC person, they are the person who I feel like doing the entirety of the DLC, every single boss in it, that feels like, to me, like 3+ hours. But this also then feels like this should be an underestimate, because this feels like at most that would take 12 hours, but it should be longer than someone doing it solo. But I feel like solo, people still take about 12 hours to do all the bosses. So I don't know where I'm, like, not estimating this correctly. Is typing Haligtree? Doesn't have 2 L's? Sorry, I added in an extra L in honor of you. Sorry, my bad. At least some cleanup that the first 3 need to do, like Sewer Moog and stuff. Gotta pick who to give legacy dungeons. Yeah. So, Sewer Moog would probably be the person rushing to late game, because they can easily get to the sewer much quicker once it's Ashen Capital. I'm pretty sure you drop down much quicker once it's Ashen Capital than you do when it's not Ashen Capital. So late game person probably also has Sewer Moog and I think it's Escar down there. I have to just run. Can't do anything here but just run.
Childirazla, which is without a doubt in my mind your full legal name.
Yes.
I wish you the best of on your runs tonight.
Thank you. What horrible attacks she's getting. Oh, thank you for the good luck. Okay, that was not really a situation I could do anything about. No way that hit me. Yeah, and then the legacy dungeons, so, like, if by legacy dungeons, I'm assuming you basically mean who gets what great runes, and that would be decided based on 2 criteria. So DLC person has to do Radon and Moog. Underground person has to do Radon as well. Doesn't actually have to do any of the great runes, I suppose, technically. So person rushing to the capital and going from there needs to do 2. And so it would probably be a smart pick for them to do either Godric Rykard or maybe... well, because the other... I don't know that they'd be doing everything in Storm. Well, we'd have to see. We'd have to, like, basically time everyone out and see, okay, who's got the most remaining time that they can do, like, the longest legacy dungeon stuff in there. If everyone's waiting on the DLC guy anyway, then it won't really matter who does what. And honestly, I think that's what would happen. And I don't actually think that's necessarily a bad thing either. To end with the, you know, most hype stuff is like everyone like cheering them on as they go solo kill Consort while everyone else is finished or something. That one kill. Red because it's the most noticeable color. And Mitch sees in color only. True. Except that you were red before you started chatting here, so. You stopped liking red when everyone else started liking red because you're a contrarian. But we've known this about you. Didn't catch the beginning of this. Thought it was back to back on one file at the event. Everyone is doing this simultaneously. Yes, that's the point. So, the goal would be to have 4 people separately doing all the bosses in the game, so that in total, between the 4 people, every boss has been killed. Every boss has been defeated. And so it's, you know, just a whirlwind of, like, everyone's going at the same time. It's like on this screen, you can see this person fighting this boss while, you know, others are setting up. And now on this screen, you can see this person fighting this boss. And so it should just be, like, constant bop, 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 bop. So it's not an all bosses run where, like, 70% of it is Peepo torrent between bosses. It's like a constant, you got somewhere to look to see a cool, interesting boss fight. And by cool, interesting boss fight, it's Elden Ring, so I probably mean basically one-shotting them with overpowered builds. Sounds rough on the DLC person. For sure, but, like, I also think that's why everyone would want to be the DLC person. Maybe you do have 2 people that end up going into the DLC. Maybe that makes a better split. It's just, you know, the extra time spent unlocking the DLC for 2 people feels like it's inefficient, but I don't know. All right, you seem blue. Okay, well, Romina is what Romina is. Mesmer is definitely worth quite a bit of practice. An empty lake bed wouldn't really be blue, though.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people.
Nor really would it be green, probably. It'd be more like brown.
Blade I wield.
Ugh. No, don't take the repose, Torn Scent. Come on. Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Embrace thine oblivion.
The one time I got greedy with my head. One doing all Enir Ilum stuff and another doing some of the side stuff towards the start of the DLC in addition to something main game? Right. One sense helping. Oh, Icky the lake life got before draining. Ah. If you're concerned about the DLC guy, how about the DLC guy gets the option to summon whoever has completed their portion. That way, if all the other people are done, we can get a good squad versus Radon fight at the end. That, how, like, they would load a save file that's at Radon? That seems odd.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people.
Doesn't really feel like it fits with, like, the purpose of the run. IMO. Like, if that was a thing you could do, just summon your friends wherever they are into your fight. Maybe, but... Gah. Nice. I had to take 2 of your wisdom teeth out 2 weeks ago. Have the same issue on the other side now. Uh-oh. Well, you know, if you've gone through it once, I guess the second time can't be too bad. Just using Radon as an example. Yeah, but like, regardless, the time to get the entire group to the same area of the game is much, much, much longer than someone just killing the boss, you know? Like... So they'd have to have a save file set up at the boss that they want to help with so that they could put their summon stone down and get summoned, right? So it doesn't really make sense. Normally, you'd have to kind of, you know, go outside of the normal operation of the game to do it.
The grace of gold shadow. Yeah.
I swear that dodge should have worked, but I guess I must have attacked slightly late. This is the new Get to Work DLC. That's right. The one where you get to work in the Shadow Keep.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people. In vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
What? I'm alive. Two HP. Oops, too early. Gah. Well, that worked, I guess. Shadow Keep is probably no worse than any other corporate job. Probably not. Guess you're just so used to save files, kind of assumed. I mean, yeah, like, we have save files, obviously. That's... It would be possible. It's just, you know, not... Yeah.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people. In vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Okay, Horn Sense. All right, get him. A curse upon you. Sheesh.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
What just happened? Is it just me, or did that look like Horn Scent hit us somehow? What? Where's my riposte? Okay, is it possible to salvage this run? The answer is almost certainly no. Huh, the answer was surprisingly kind of.
It's Warhammer, historical European martial arts. In case you didn't know, they basically wear armors and bring medieval weapons and fight each other.
I do know
I'm
that.
just so disappointed with how noob they were. No one used the frames on dodge rolls.
I can't believe it.
Also, what weapon would you use if you're in medieval era?
Sword.
My blade I wield.
Classic. Why would you want to use anything else? Zweihander. Gah. Oh, that didn't count as a double hit, so I died.
Thine oblivion, else shall I.
Yo, the Neon. Look at swords, hack armors, mace, and axe supremacy. Axe, I don't. Mace, I think, might have some merit to it. I don't know that battle axes were good against armor either. But maybe they were. Often just punch each other.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Gah. Nice. A hammer and hunting horn is blunt. Better sharpen it. Yes, you better. How would you do damage if you don't sharpen it? Armor was quite good against blunt weapons. Combat between armored opponents was a lot of wrestling and fishing for gaps in armor. Huh.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames.
Okay, so it just doesn't let me roll there. Very cool. Zericord is the better weapon. Maybe that's why it has such a good crit modifier. It's for exactly that reason. Historically accurate.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Historically accurate crit modifier. You have to be. If your crit modifier isn't historically accurate, then what are you even doing in your video game?
Mother.
Okay.
America.
Somewhere in the evolution of shields, they realize the smaller the shield, the better it is. I don't think that's entirely true, but different shapes and sizes of shields for different purposes.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Ugh. As long as you're high enough on life, that just works.
A curse upon thee.
Okay. It's mostly about not messing up the very start. The jump attack is probably the hardest part of Mesmer. But it's so fast that I don't think we can ignore it and just, like, plan not to use it.
My blade I wield.
Ugh. Uh-oh. Okay. I'd like to walk a little bit more in, though, so that I don't get clipped by that. It doesn't kill you, but it'd be better to just not get hit at all.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
creature.
Does that count?
Shrine oblivion has shut
Does this count? It doesn't count. Sag. Maybe because you have a small shield. Well, apparently that's a good thing. You know, it is better at parrying. We can say that for sure. Small shield's better at parrying.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Spooky.
America. A curse.
Game schedule for delivery of remembrance is 3 to 5 business days. Yep.
Accursed Mesmer.
Okay. An Uchi katana isn't an especially big sword either. True? Are you thinking a Dai katana? I think it's a Dai katana. Dai katana. That's like the big version, the two-handed. Because I think at least in this game, the Uchi katana, I think it's just a regular-ish katana, not like the big one. When Hornsend swings, yeah, the like wild strikes type attack that he does. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but yeah, that is a fun one. It's for maybe no. It's something. It's the Ash of War has a specific name. It's like Manhunt or something like that.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Revenger's Blade, that's it. This is bad. Back off. Okay, not that bad.
America. A curse upon me.
Accursed
Okay, cool. Yo, good evening. I should have remembered Revengers. Like obviously, Hornsense ability name would be something about revenge. Oh, thanks for the good luck, Swooty Swooty. I mean, what else would it be? This was a bad idea. I don't think I get to his face in time. Take the riposte. Yeah, no, I don't. Okay, that was a bad idea. Strike hard, strike fast. That's a Cobra Kai? I see. Pincushion death is bad death. Yeah, that's the one move that you really hate to see from Hippo. So of course it's the move that they programmed him to like always do as soon as it's off cooldown. Here is this. Let's see if we can still find a way to make this work.
It's either that or it's strike hard strike. But I think it's the first thing you said.
Yeah, definitely one of the two though. Honestly, 50-50 on which one. I was really hoping to just get the bleed proc on him, but should have played it safe. Yeah. If you can't get even a single attack, the whole strategy just kind of falls apart. Classic Crimson. That's it. It's a weird strap, but it works. So if you were tunneling a few days ago, love it. Yo, thanks, Artem. You never gamble, you always lose. I don't think that's what losing means, actually. I love the Hippo falls on Wheel of Death move in that fight. Hippo falls on Wheel of Death. Oh, yeah. Hippo, yeah. Staggering him out of the spinny around. Yeah. That is satisfying. Okay, he just fell on the wrong side of me. I was on one side, I staggered him, he fell, and he fell on the other. That was strange. Oops. Well. Pay more attention. I think one day they would do a run, you would do a run narrating everything in a speedrun, explaining what the strats are, or are those usually personal? No, I definitely would. I've thought about what run I would want to do that for, or like how I would want to structure that, more as a tutorial or more as an entertainment piece, because there are people that will explain runs more for entertainment, not like, this is how you would do it. But like what I've mostly done in the past, what did I get clipped there? Has been like tutorials, but yeah, I would absolutely go through and explain a full run. I think that would be fun. I like doing that like at Games Done Quick, because that's basically what you do. Funny enough, it almost feels like those videos are usually made from somebody who actually doesn't have like perfect knowledge. It's usually like, I asked a runner to explain it to me, and, you know, as opposed to like, oh yeah, I just already know everything about it. Hippo. For someone who would love to learn a speedrun, that would be amazing. Ah. I mean, yeah, it would depend on the how. If you would love to learn a speedrun, I've done tutorials for Sekiro all the way through explaining how to do the whole speedrun from an actual, like, here's how you should learn it point of view. What? My riposte? What? My riposte? Twice I get scammed out of a riposte in one attempt? All right. YouTube chat, yep. Yo, what a fish tank, dude. Isn't there a bot that sends messages from Twitch to YouTube and YouTube to Twitch? There is one. I decided I think it looks kind of messy to do that. I will eventually get them all on the on-screen chat. Eventually. That just missed. Okay, well, then I'm dead. Or I'm not dead, but I'm just not very alive. You need a program to show both on screen and send you a DM of an easy one. That would actually be helpful, yes. Because I need to find... I don't know if my current one can just be configured to show both on screen. But as of right now, it does not, so... Streamlabs chat box does that for every platform. That's what I'm currently using, so I guess I just have to find the right configuration to add YouTube into it. Or no, I'm using... I think I'm using Stream Element? I'm not sure. I'm mostly doing stuff from Stream Elements. Right, thank you, thank you. Yep, it does ruin it. You can't throw two, as I suspected. Maybe could have just sent it there. Oh well, that works. This is +6. Yes. This is +6. I can see it as clear as day. You stream elements instead of stream physical. No. Fake big bonker. Look, I'm trying to switch everything over to stream physical. I swear. Okay, salvaged from very bad luck. It's not good though. No, it's fine actually, because he just walked out of the fire. Thank you very much, Moog. Level stream Dext. Funny enough, I do somewhat enjoy magic depending on the mana system. Anything with like super limited uses, I'm like, nah, no thank you. Accidental headshot. I think I got the headshot. I think I salvaged that. Looks like it. Salvage.
I can see it. As clear as day.
A little vigor if you don't plan on getting hit. True. Nothing could ever hit you if you just play perfectly. There's no way that any or Ilum birds would ever hit you. Or the Spyra guys. Or anything else. Okay. Back to some final consort practice before we get into runs, I think. It's so simple. Magic Man as well as a melee man? I mean, occasionally. Not in a Souls game. Not at all in a Souls game. Boring AF here, but... He'll back us down for us for reposting. Yes, very nice of him to do that. Son. Okay. Him. Oh, that's not good. That is not good. That I was too far away for that riposte. That was also not a good stall for him to do. Alright, but it's fine. Okay. Let's say one more, then start some runs. Oh, whoops. This should be fine, hopefully. I don't know if this is gonna be fine or not, but we'll see. It's fine. Let's go. That was a weird one. Oh, one hit away from getting the frost. Yeah, there was nothing I could do there. I had to just take the stagger. I couldn't stall it until he lifted off because he was just not low enough that he would lift off. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't get the frost, there's just nothing you can do. Makes sense. No point in stalling then. Just gotta get on with it. They will have PV, you can feel it. Okay. Like the bold prediction. Okay, that one was a bad one, though, so we got to do one more than that. Three. 4. To dedicate it to the proud nation of Scotland? Why would I have to do that? My record, not Scotland's record. Fine. New leaderboard mod? Well, I mean, that doesn't really matter when our run is not going to be leaderboard legal anyway, because I'm going to be using the FPS patch, the FPS fix. So I'm going to submit it to the leaderboard and get it rejected anyway. Bone daggered. Controversial. A martyr to the purity of soul speedrunning. The fairness. Purity is the wrong word, but... The only other person who has also been running with the mod to test it out, because apparently Tom has not. I thought he did test it out, but he said apparently he does not run with it. The only other person who has been testing it out and running with it, Blanks, also is like, yeah, I just can't run without it. Now that I've seen how much better everything is with it, I can't go back. And I'm like, right? See? Watching Elden Ring runs for so long, but as a patient gamer waited to buy Elden Ring on sale and just finished it casually. Super addictive and fun. Let's go. I mean, yeah, not a bad way to do it. Paid chatter, but in YouTube. Had to get some of those paid chatters into YouTube. I could have just hit him there. The FPS fix, so it prevents the game from fluctuating your FPS like it normally does. This game normally has very, very, very unstable frame rate, and so it will lock it to a specific frame rate. Not just like you can't go above that frame rate, you also can't go below that frame rate. Bye-bye. And so, the only reason that that's important, because normally FPS doesn't really matter in games for the most part. Like, you can be like, oh, but technically if I have 178 FPS, then I can react 0.000002 seconds faster and But, like, for the most part, it doesn't really matter in most modern games. But in Elden Ring, for no reason, they tied the physics of the game, the entire physics of the entire game, to the frame rate. And specifically, your jumps, the distance that you get depends on your frame rate. So right now, you can kind of see I'm kind of, like, jumping and, like, floating forward during all of my jumps. See how I'm, like, continuing to move forward on my jumps? And I can make it down the stairs pretty quickly. Well, if I just toggle that FPS fix off real quick. And then head back to the top of the stairs. Only play games at 178 FPS. Only. And now, with it off, watch how sometimes I'll get those nice floaty, like, go forward jumps, and sometimes I'll just hard stop in the air. Floaty. 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 A little bit of a hard stop there. Oh, that was a hard stop. If you're not used to looking for it, it can be a little hard to tell the difference, but it makes a big difference when you're, like, trying to do precise jumps and you, like, want to land on something. And you can either know that you're going to go a certain distance, or you can sometimes go that distance and sometimes just fall short. Yep, that one stopped. That one floated. That one stopped. Floated. Middle. Stopped. 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 Like, you might not see it. It is a little hard to see if you're not used to it, but as someone who has been playing with it for a while, it's very noticeable to me. Is it allowed or not for official runs? It's not allowed, but I'm using it anyway. It is mostly agreed that it will be allowed for very specific jumps. Jumps that are make or break on, like, the entire run lives or the entire run dies on this jump, like a skip. It's generally agreed that everyone says, oh, yeah, that it is important to have it on for that, but outside of that, for just, I want to jump and not have my momentum suddenly cut off for no reason. It is currently not allowed, and there are several people that are adamant that it not be allowed. So, very subtle, but you see it, yeah. He's going the distance. Three. 4. What is the argument to not allow it? There are... I want to say 3 arguments to not allowing it. One is... after this run, I'll show you one of the potential downsides. A fixable downside, but nevertheless something that we will need to work on fixing. But a potential downside. Give me a sec, though. This is a Stranger Dawn. We love when he does cross slash out of range for me to punish it, or to parry it. He's gonna escape. He's almost certainly going to escape. Yep. Darn. Anywho. Okay, so in order to show off this potential downside, I'm going to do something that makes no sense and isn't allowed, but just for the sake of demonstration. I'm going to set the frame rate to 300 FPS, which is not possible in the game. I am currently, like, breaking the game's physics by setting it higher than it can go. Ignore that, though, for the moment, and just focus on one thing about me having set it to 300 FPS, and I'm currently getting 131 FPS. Watch this. If you set the frame rate of the FPS locker, the FPS fix, higher than the frame rate that your computer can handle, then the entire game slows down. And, perhaps more so than that, look at the timer. It has equally slowed down with it. Which is kind of a good thing. It is a good thing that this is the outcome. This is like the least bad version of an outcome that you could have based on like what's actually happening. It's good that the timer slows down with it. Because that means if your game did happen to slow down a bit, you wouldn't get punished in your timer. They both slow down together. You can, oops, oh no, now it's running slow. I don't want that to happen. Let me press the hotkey to turn it off. And now you're back to normal, right? It's better that they both slow down than that only one thing slows down. So, but obviously that's not a desirable outcome. It is not desirable to have the game run in slow motion. Now, for me, the game won't run in slow motion. The only way I can get it to run in slow motion is with this silly thing where I set it to 300 FPS, which is completely unrealistic. But for somebody with a bad computer, it is realistic that they could get that same slowdown if they set it to a cap of 60 FPS when they can only achieve 30 to 40 FPS. Then their game will slow down equivalent to what I just showed there. Which, of course, is bad and needs a solution. I think, in my opinion, that's like the main argument against it that like makes the most sense and is the most like, oh, that is a real problem. Yes. However, in my opinion, there are many solutions to that. There is, okay, well then just turn it off, forehead. Like if it's going to slow you down, just turn it off. There is setting a frame rate cap lower than what you can achieve. So for me, a frame rate cap of 60 is lower than what I can achieve, so it won't do that. But you could also set it to 30 FPS. And obviously, your game's not going to look good. I don't like looking at 30 FPS, but like as long as you can hit at least 30 FPS, your game won't slow down and you still have a consistent frame rate. So your jumps are all now good distance, which I can go show on the stairs again. In Trackmania, this was cheating. Well, yeah, I'm not saying slow down the game. Slowing down the game is cheating. I'm saying don't slow down the game. I'm saying we come up with ways to not slow down the game. Look at how I'm now consistently getting good far jumps at 30 FPS. So it's not as though low FPS just gets bad jumps. Low FPS actually still gets great jumps as long as your frame rate is consistent. So that's solution 2. Solution 1 is don't use the FPS locker if you're going to be lagging so much that the game would slow down. Solution 2 is set the FPS to something low, like 30 FPS, and now the game plays exactly as normal, and you get the nice jumps. So in my opinion, there are solutions, but that is a concern. That's something that we need to address, but isn't like a reason to throw out the FPS fix entirely, in my opinion. Bloodborne experience, yep. Let me go ahead and turn it off so we're not, you know, our eyes can cease their bleeding.
Every time I watch this stream, I feel like a duck swimming in a pond and there are people throwing breadcrumbs in the water.
Exactly.
They should stop doing that.
What?
I don't like soggy crumbs.
You're a duck. You can't choose what crumbs you get. So that's the, in my opinion, like, biggest concern with the FPS fix, but it's one that has multiple possible solutions. So then the other possible concern or possible things that people are saying about the FPS fix is people are saying that the difference in jumps, it doesn't even matter anyway. What would you need an FPS fix for? It doesn't even matter. So what if some of your jumps are shorter and some of your jumps are longer? And so what if sometimes you jump trying to jump on something and you miss it because your jump randomly rolls short? That's fine. Which, like, you know, I guess is a matter of opinion. But my opinion is that that's, like, very not acceptable. Personally. That I can randomly lose runs due to things that are literally hardware-based. Not even just, like, game RNG. Literally, whether your hardware keeps the right FPS or not. In my opinion, that's very much crossing the line into not acceptable whatsoever. Aw. But for some people, they just say, whatever, just deal with it. It's fine. Like you'll sometimes get shorter jumps. You know, in theory, let's say that I wanted to jump onto this pole, and I can do that from right here with good jumps. You can see I barely made it with good jumps. And so the people saying, well, it doesn't matter, are basically saying, well, yes, you did barely make it from there, but you could make it easily if you walked 2 more steps forward. What if you just lost the time of walking 2 steps forward on each of your jumps to make sure you made it? And that's kind of fair. You could walk 2 jumps further forward on every single jump you want to do and lose that time. That is a possible thing that you could do. I just don't see why that should be required. If I want to do all of my jumps optimally, I want to do all of my jumps optimally. I don't want to lose time on every jump. But, and then the final argument, which I think is a little conflicting with the previous argument that I just said, is yes, it is an advantage. Yes, it is good. Yes, it does help. But because someone who gets really, really bad frame rate might be forced to turn it off if they get slowdowns, right? Like I said, one of the possible solutions is that they have to turn it off if they get slowdowns. Or they might have to run at 30 FPS instead of 60 FPS. Well, then, you know, they're not going to get the full benefit, and so it'll be unfair in a different way. Instead of being unfair with randomly having shorter jumps, it'll be unfair in that somebody with a really bad computer that cannot get any sort of good frame rate at all might, in some places, have to turn it off, and so I will get a good jump and they will not. That is the sort of third argument, which, in my opinion, conflicts with the second argument. If it doesn't matter, then why are you concerned if you might miss out on a couple of the jumps in the laggiest areas if it doesn't matter? And if it does matter enough that you are concerned about just a few jumps in the laggiest areas, then isn't it important enough to fix it so that we can fix it for everyone, so that we don't have everyone losing out on every jump? So I think those two are very conflicting, but those are, I believe, the basic arguments put forth. That we need to fix slowdowns, which I agree with. We need to fix slowdowns. That it's not that important, and that it's so important that if you are forced to turn it off for even a couple of jumps because your computer can't handle the frame rate, that would be unfair. Couldn't see. Oh, what up, Bob? We're actually just practicing right now. I just turned on the timer just to show something. Basically saying get good. Well, basically saying get less good, I guess. Like, if I have to take every jump super safe, that's like, easy, but it's not as skillful as perfectly timing each jump. Oh, sorry. There's also a fourth argument that I forgot to mention because I don't understand it myself. There's an argument that it's making the game run in an impossible state, which I tried to get clarity on. Oh, like, wait, so like it's actually running differently than normal? And the answer is like, no, it is running exactly the same as normal. It's running exactly the same as it would if you had a stable frame rate. It's just that because getting a stable frame rate normally, like, isn't, like, doesn't happen, like, you don't really get a stable frame rate normally, this game is just really poorly optimized, that therefore getting a stable frame rate in itself is an impossible state of the game. That it is impossible for the game to have a stable frame rate, therefore having a stable frame rate is, in and of itself, an impossible game state, even if the game is otherwise working exactly normally as it's supposed to. Which is hard for me to describe because, like, that doesn't make sense to me at all. Like, that doesn't click in my brain as, like, I'm very confused by that one. So I might not be giving it justice because, I don't know, I've been trying to ask for clarity on that and I have not been able to get an answer that I can understand at all. 4. It's optimization in the case where you have a good computer. I think it's the issue of how they're timing. Oh, right, I forgot he can just do that. I forgot about that. Of how they're timing the frames to cap the frame rate. How they're timing the frames to cap the frame rate. I'm not sure I understand, but I don't know that I would understand. I don't know it on like a super technical level. Developer didn't intend on the game running at a stable frame rate. Yeah, exactly. It's a fix. They're supposed to make the game different. A fix that doesn't make the game into an impossible state. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But the people that are adamantly against it are adamant that a stable frame rate is an impossible state of the game. Keep forgetting to count, which I really need to. Here's 2. This is our 3rd one, so just spam attack. Till he bleeds. Internal clock, and it might not be identical to real time. Well, yeah, that's true, but that is not the issue. The internal clock is different than real time, but that is not the issue. The issue is not how fast it draws the frames in real time. The issue is how long the frame, technically the frame time delta is in-game time. Real time does not matter in this whatsoever at all. It is all based on in-game deltas. So, yeah, nothing about the frame rate matters for real time. It all only matters for in-game time. Adventurous, what's your PC hardware in comparison to, say, NCT's? Does he have the same issues? So my computer, I believe, is better than Tom's, and I believe is better than Blank's. I think aside from, like, Dist, who has mostly moved on from Elden Ring, I might have, like, the best computer of all active runners. I might. I'm not sure. I think some of the old zip% runners also had good PCs, because you have to do zip%, but I don't think they're active currently, so I might have the best computer. But surprisingly, the best computer is actually kind of bad. Tom has a 3070. Okay, I have a 3080, so we're close, but not quite the same. But, when you measure frame delta, you're measuring that in relation to real time, which is jittery at the in-game time differs. No, no, wrong. That's not what we're measuring. We are measuring in-game time delta. That's what we're measuring. Like, I'm telling you, it is all only has to do with in-game time. That's why I'm able to use the FPS fix to lock the in-game time delta. And the real-time delta is not going to match along with that, but as long as I match the in-game time delta, the physics will match. And that is the only thing the physics cares about. That's the only thing the game cares about. The game doesn't care at real-time at all. There's nothing at all in the game that runs in real-time. It is all running in in-game time delta, and that's the thing that varies. Only arguing against your claim that frame jitter is caused by optimization. Yes, but that's true though. If the in-game time delta is varying, that is due to optimization. Yes, that's a true thing. Yes. The statement that I made was correct. No, it's not necessarily. It could be caused by something other than that, but it's not caused by a difference with real time. I can tell you that much. Well, you're assuming that it's what you said, even though I'm telling you it's not what you said. It's not that. There are other things it could be. I don't know. I ain't no tech wizard, but it is not a mismatch between the in-game frame delta and the real-time frame delta. Interesting. He didn't stagger. Weird. He had that much, boys? Well, this is gonna be a strange phase 2. That's what I expected. Oh, I rolled early. My bad. You run this game on a very comparable computer to yours with frame rate uncapped. I get 120 FPS, and so do I. When you run it with 60 FPS limit, you're seeing frame jitter, even though you should be getting double the frame rate if it were uncapped. True. That is not bad optimization. Untrue. Untrue. So optimization is not only about what is the maximum possible frame rate that you could get. That is one aspect of optimization, but optimization also has to do with how stably and consistently you can get that frame rate. Because generally, if you have 120 frame rate, right? Oh, that's cool. But that's like an average of 120, right? It still has those fluctuations. So even when you're capping it at 60, it can still like bounce around depending on, you know, I don't know the exact factors, but it's not based on the real-time clock. It's not based on a mismatch with the real-time clock. If it was, the behavior that we would see would be much, much different. Different hardware that can all get way over 60 FPS still gets different stability at 60 FPS. Hinting to it not just being a generic bug in the timer, hinting to it being an actual difference in the way that the game is running on hardware, or in other words, optimization, or maybe that's not the exact right word for it, but something similar. All evidence points to it not just being a generic bug that affects everyone equally. Broke your L2 button. Now you're full on incant sorcerer only. I mean, you can also just be R1 only. What do you need L2 for? Just hit him. Just smack him. Massive variation of hardware PC gaming. If you could find a lockable solution to level the playing field and make it fairer, like everyone using a PS5, it's all the same. Yep. And that is what the FPS patch basically aims to do. And why I hope that it is allowed. Or, you know, maybe put it another way. This game is not the absolute best possible example for this, but in Lies of P, when it first came out, we were like looking at different FPSs that people could get, and we made a 60 FPS category. Aw, how did that stagger him? Oh, and how did that buffer into the... Okay, whatever. And a 120 FPS category, because we were like, oh, some people probably won't be able to get 120. Nowadays, almost everyone runs on 120 because that game is better optimized, but that's right, neither here nor there. So the point is, on both 60 and 120, in order to hit the tricks for them, you needed a stable frame rate. And at 60, I was not perfectly stable on the frame rate. Sometimes the tricks would miss because I wouldn't be hitting quite 60. Same thing at 120. I could hit both of those. I could hit 120. I could keep 120 through the whole run, except sometimes it'd be 119. And then sometimes it'd be 118. And then it'd be 120. And then it'd be 119. And then 121 for, you know, a little bit because it was like overcompensating for lacking. But the same thing would still happen at 60. It would still go 59. So it wasn't that my computer literally was running up against the cap of optimization, the cap of the highest possible frame rate I could get. It was still just like barely not quite able to keep it stable. Then I upgraded my computer, and now I never drop below 120.000. I never, ever drop below by upgrading my hardware. So it absolutely was an issue of optimization, and the exact same thing is what happens in Elden Ring. Just, like, Elden Ring doesn't have multiple frame rates for me to, like, show that at. And also, Elden Ring is much more unstable. What did I just do? Level 457. One smack and you die. Gotta run bull armor set with defensive equips. Nice.
Any plans on playing Elder Scrolls 6 when it comes out?
Yes, absolutely. I am looking forward to that when I'm in my retirement home. That'll be a great time. I can be like, oh, I remember Skyrim. Oh, that was a great game. Scary. Okay. All right. Have a good lurk. Just some rando guy. Why did that not? That's kind of what I figured. That's why I moved away from this strat and started counting. I just forgot to count this time. Supposedly a trailer is dropping this summer. I mean, a trailer dropped, what, like 6 years ago? So... Aww, 7 years. Oh, my bad. Twas a teaser. So I'm measuring my time using floating point seconds rounded to 5 digits. For example, I'm trying to hit a frame time target of 16 milliseconds. That's not going to be consistently 16 milliseconds because the clock is inaccurate. Very slight variations in timing could push that above or below the target frame time. It's a very different timer than if I was counting using integer nanoseconds and shooting for a frame every 16 nanoseconds. That's all you're saying. And I'm just telling you that that just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when it publishes to your screen. It matters how much in-game physics time the game is using. I'm just telling you that just the thing that you are describing, I understand what you're saying, just isn't the problem. I'm just that could be the problem in some game, theoretically. I'm just telling you that categorically, for sure, that is not the problem in Elden Ring. Real-time frame rate does not matter. That's all I'm saying. I'm just telling you that thing. Just, I'm not saying that you are not correct about anything ever. Just in this case, I can tell you for certainty that that is not the issue. Or one might observe a jittery frame rate. Well, but it's not about the observation. It's about the game physics. I'm not saying jittery frame rate as in like, I am looking at the game and the game looks jittery. I'm describing to you the game physics are not consistent. So I'm just letting you know that that's the case. Isn't the factoid that it was announced closer to Skyrim release than now? You know, it probably was actually. Plant your frame rate or something. Why do I feel like I'm not hearing anything out of my left speaker or left headphone? No, why would you buffer that? What if I do this? I can just get lucky like that, I guess, if I have to. Get lucky that he doesn't kill me for applying frost grease. Maybe you only get left side audio at certain FPS. That must be it. I have been having some issues with my headphones where the left side audio will cut out. Usually when I'm sitting like straight up in my chair like this, it's usually fine, but... Nice. Salvaged. I don't know. I think it's fine. Your headphone cables were on the way out. Yeah, would make sense. Is it? No, I am getting sound. Okay. I'm just tripping. I'm definitely getting sound, but it's way quieter. This is weird. Maybe I'm going deaf in my left here. Maybe I am. Okay, anywho, let's get to some runs now, I guess. Also, yo, what up, Tom? Did you get the record back? Hey. Couldn't finish a run. That happens. I didn't want to say anything to jinx anything, but I did see the one run that was on good pace. 2750 Moog splits, though. 2750. What was that one run on that we were on a good pace on? Let me double check. What's my... I guess I could actually even just go and look at my golds. Compare with best segments. You're literally tying my sum of best up to Moog? That seems... strange. Is that just because, like, everything's going perfect? Or is that, like, oh, yeah, and we lost, like, 10 seconds on Darrowil. Oh, but we still got a 27. Is that just, like, is that just happening? Or is that, like, everything's perfect? We got it. Don't compare against real time. Because otherwise, that just does not make sense to me. We have definitely never had a time that low. Getting clean pre-DLC runs. Okay, gotcha. Nope, now it's definitely louder over here. So I'm not going deaf in my left ear. My headset is just breaking. Okay, well. Good to know. Bad for me. So it's probably about time for a new headset. That's a good check. This is quite annoying, actually. IRL headphone buying stream. I kind of just want my current headset, like, again. Is that... Like, it's been treating me very well. What? Hello? I was holding... Go forward and nothing. Very cool game. Very cool. How long did it last you? I think like 5 years. Mic do I use? The Shure SM7B. Does your cup swivel? Try and wiggle it. And the wire might connect again. I mean, I'm getting some sound. It's just quiet, but I don't know if a loose wire would cause quiet. For SteelSeries this time, it must say very comfortable. Oh, okay. Worth replacing the cable first to see if that fixes the problem. I mean... It's either the cable or it's the headset themselves, but either way, the whole headset is, you know... missing parts and, like, all this, so... I'm not really concerned with it. I should just get a new one. You SteelSeries, you never buy another brand again. I currently have a Sennheiser. Don't even have a headset dent. What the? That sounds kind of nice. Our quality is just arguably better. Well, I'm not a big audio quality guy. Logitech headset did lose audio intensity in one of the cups, and wiggling it and pressing where the wire runs in the band solved it, although it's only temporary, yeah. Hey, it's not a big deal. I can order a new headset after stream. 10-year-old Sennheisers, and they're still amazing. Yeah, these ones have been going strong.
But I can answer that to your lot then. Why I am Carl.
Slow. Ah, not that slow, actually. Okay. Multiple bad drops there. A thought occurs. If I'm currently using the FPS fix, cheating if you will, so that I know that my jumps always get the max distance. And in testing, they said that on average on flat ground, jumping is just barely better. But I know that I have good jumps. Then jumping on flat ground should just always be better for me. Watch a stream while farming XP in Sekiro. Oh, not the XP farming. Ratch. Yep. Ratch. The rats have spoken. They say reset. Why is it always rat? And of your overlords today. Dang. Don't think the dying to rat tech is the way to go. No, it probably is. Oh, and I meant to ask you, Tom. Do you ever get Radon Starscourge doing the arrow rain? Like after the first 2 shots? I thought you mentioned something about like you were able to pretty consistently get the right opener on Starscourge. Cause it happened to me like 3 runs in a row last night, and I was like, this cannot be happening. You get that even when you're really close after the 2 shots. Yeah, okay. Or maybe you said it was you could consistently get him to immediately go into the good attack without doing the like 2-handed overhead slap first. Aw, reset. Built-in probabilities for that, it's 60%. Oh, okay. Attack is most likely the thing to happen when you're in the correct range. Gotcha. Okay. So it is just RNG. Gotcha. So I just wanted to check if there was anything that I could be doing wrong, but sounds like probably not. Well, sometimes I know that there's things that... Who let that cat in here? Sometimes there's things I know I'm doing wrong. I'm standing in, like, slightly the wrong distance and bait out the wrong attack. But, like, aside from that. You do no-hit runs as well or just speed runs? I've done some no-hit runs, but I've only done no-hit speed runs. I've never done no-hit slow runs. And so far, the only game I've actually done it for has been Sekiro. If you angle your strafe too much, get the arrows more often, I'm not sure. No, I end up nice and close to him. I have been almost risking it too much, not turning enough in the strafes. Like, I've compared the way that you do it versus the way that I do it, and I turn a lot less in my strafes. Which is not... Like, you seem to get in range just fine. I don't think it actually matters or, like, does anything really. But I have been, like, hard risking to, like, take the straightest line possible. Did Sekiro no-hit it at GDQ last year, I think? Sure ending it was. Yes, I did. Well, I attempted it. got hit 3 times, but 3 is still not that many. I think it's RNG then. Yeah, it is almost certainly just RNG, which is what I was expecting, and it sucks that I can't fix that, but it's also good to know that is just what happens.
But I can also let you know then why I am Carly.
Sometimes you just get the 20% chance 3 times in a row. Nice. Got arrows today when you thought you shouldn't. Yeah. Well, I think, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it's just RNG, then it's not like you can make sure that it won't happen. I've been trying to train yourself on the parrying, so you've just been rerunning the first few bits of the game. The first bits of the first memory you get. Oh, Gyobu. Cringe. Playing Genny over and over and over again. That is a fun boss to do over and over and over again.
Summon me. I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with.
Okay. This part where you go back in time to the village on fire. Oh, I see. Lady Butterfly. We're taking Liza P no hit when DLC comes out. That would be fun. The thing is, when a new game comes out, I always both want to be the world first no hit. Which is optimistic, but I want that. And at the same time, I also want to be the speedrun world record holder. And thus far, every time that I have wanted both of those things, I've gone for the speedruns. And then by the time I'm like, all right, I'm happy now. I've gotten, you know, the world record like 4 times and lowered it and fought with somebody else. Now I can go to no hit and somebody else got the world's first. Well, now I'm bored with it. I'm moving on. Fun, he says. Clone myself. Yes, yes. Just do both at once. Works, I guess. Wasn't exactly what I was hoping for. A guy who can help you with some world first no-hit strats. Nico Bellic? That guy's pretty good.
To determine if you had. It seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take gathering play. Let my hand.
Ender Genichiro no hit without umbrella. Felt so proud. Nice. Is umbrella like the easy way to do it? I've never done with umbrella. No crisscross. Sauce or apple status not sauced. This negates all damage from Sakura Dance. Okay. Just using it as an easy way to... Okay. I think I did like deflect, dodge in or something for it. I don't remember. I did something because I only ever really learned the inner bosses sword only, which was a lot of fun. On getting trying to procrastinate spending time on Headful 8. That's also not a hard, well, I mean every boss in Sekiro is a bit hard, but that's not that hard of a boss. You can do it. I believe in you. Nice. Good start. So say double ape on Charmless is the worst fight ever. In Sekiro?
This way, Tarnish.
Still no, but you know, I can give it to you for like worst fight in Sekiro if you're Charmless. You know, it's not, but like it's close enough that I could give it to you. But like worst fight ever, man, there's ones a whole lot worse than that. Let me tell you what. We pray for Duo Ape in times of having to fight Valiant Gargoyles or Godskin Duo. Let me tell you. You mean in Sekiro itself? Gotcha. Yep. Understandable. Did you make any mistakes in Celia or get rat blocking? I had to jump, I want to say so instead of like going and torrent walking up the cliff, I had to jump up the cliff. Maybe like a 1 second slowdown-ish. Nothing major. I also don't jump onto the chest. I don't do a running jump onto the chest. I do a standing jump onto the chest. So that's probably another, like, 1 second. Are you menuing with arrows? I will be equipping the arrows. Usually I remember to equip them later because I always forget to equip them right away. Usually I focus on everything on the left side. And then as I'm coming up to where I need to shoot the arrows, I equip them. I'm assuming that you're probably already like 3 seconds ahead at this point, somehow in your runs. 4 to 5 seconds faster. 4 to 5? Yeah, that's... I got half a second off of my gold in both of the first 2 splits. Yeah, 4 to 5? What the heck? Yeah, that needs to be studied. Should hit, yeah. My aiming was very erratic there, but made it in the end. Because, like, yeah, that's definitely enough time difference that it's like there has to be something actually different. He's trying to help. I know, Tom is trying to help. It's just like, I don't know how we've looked before, and I swear we have not found any actual like routing differences. I've checked up through first steps. I believe I've checked, and we're the same. And then after Kale, I think you're usually like slightly faster than me. The menuing on I think I forgot to unequip arrows yet. Yep. I think at Kale, your menuing is slightly faster than me. Specifically, like, moving to the side while menuing so you can be as close as possible to the Grace. I think you usually save a little time on me there, but, like, a fraction of a second. But then I guess, yeah, into the rats and Celia, I haven't compared there. Does a different jump after Magnus. Have I tried it? I have not tried it. I vaguely remember seeing it one time and going, oh, I should test that. And then I never did. Here for more drama from the FPS fix? Ooh, you missed it. You use arrow keys on the keyboard to menu. Oh, sorry. Arrow keys on keyboard. I do, yes. I do use arrow keys on the keyboard for menuing. That could be changed, but that's not usually the main reason for losing time, because I have my hands set up on the arrow keys ready anyway. I guess one thing is also I've been grabbing the rune in Celia Tunnel rather than the stones to sell, which loses me time grabbing it, but saves me back time here at this merchant. I don't think that makes at all the difference, but that is something.
Ah, welcome. Well, these I'm
Thing clip fine for Celia differently than everybody. Maybe it's that. Could be. I lose a bit of time, yeah. Not the most time, but a bit of time. Gold did that. So this is my fastest start up to this point. We can compare it Dectus Lift, because this is my fastest time ever up to this point. I was supposed to go around that to the right with a jump. Oops. Because now all of the time gains and losses should have evened out of slightly different pickups. We've already tested, and it's not the spamming sprint on torrent, or I've already tested. I don't know that anyone else has ever actually tested, but I tested and saw a difference of 0.1, the smallest that you can see in a split, over a distance of, like, riding across the entirety of the Lake of Liurnia. So it is almost certainly not that. Yep, 0.2 off my gold there. So 1551 is my fastest Dectus yet. Yo, thanks for the good luck. Yo, thank you for the good luck as well. Fastest today was 1545. Okay, so 6 seconds that we need to figure out just at the very start. 1550 is like your average. Oh boy. To equip. Okay, good enough. Okay. Much better than what you were before when running this. That's very true. We have consistently been improving. Okay, that works. Or Magnus bullied again. He deserves it. You can't just wear jeans to a chess event. It's like not cool. Only the, you know, most capital of offenses. Good. The shame. Gold. Wow. Well, there's absolutely 0% chance this run actually makes it to the end. Way too good of a start. Sure, good luck in the first half. Still the pace to run you had today? So wonder where I'll be at Moog. We'll see. Well, assuming it even makes it through to Moog.
Good luck, Mitch.
Oh, yep. I killed it. I tried to be too risky with it. Tried to strafe too little. Ah. We're on a good enough pace. I think it's still technically continuable, but it's like a 30-second time loss. There you go. That's the correct barely strafe it. Yep, 30 seconds lost, as I said. Ah. Oh yeah, I can still definitely PB with the death. It's just that's such a big time loss. We probably won't world record with that death. I mean, I think it still is possible if all went well, but
Let's grave anchor until it is tragic across the far. But the Consort brave seek to become lethal.
Okay, sure. Gold did that section, I guess. Might as well. Oh, thank you.
You claim what?
But your facial
My
hair
God,
around your
words
mouth
are
look
true.
like Eve
I
from
believe
Wall-E.
even that's the...
What? I don't think that makes sense.
I'm glad you have a... I wish to... A night luminary... So, now...
It's like the white robot. Right? That's like an oval. I don't think that's what my facial hair looks like. I'm not seeing it. We still got Elden Ring. Got to Margit, have a good shield and pretty good armor, but a bad weapon. What weapon can you get early game for Margit? You could get the one I'm using right now, the Bloodhound's Fang. But, I mean, honestly, just any weapon, you'll probably be fine. Margit does not really take a...
You've complained with this a night. Now, this...
incredible weapon for. Should be everything in the right spot. Oh.
Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something. Which is what you have.
Gold. Imagine the pace if we didn't lose 30 seconds on Star Scourge. It'd be nutty. Sold your Uchi katana so you only have a short sword. You can get another one. There is one in the early game. Another Uchi. Short sword, I think, is actually a fine weapon. I don't think that's the one with square off, so I don't think it's an amazing weapon, but I think it's fine. Yeah, never sell anything. That is a good rule of thumb. There is no reason ever to sell anything. Well, like pop runes or sell runes, but any equipment there would be no reason ever to get rid of. They're worth like 100 anyway. Heyo. What's a good tactic for Millennia? Don't get hit. I mean, not like play how you want. You know, I'm not trying to just like. If you're wondering if it is ever a good idea, it's probably not. By probably, I mean like 99% not. There have been times where I've sold equipment in like randomizers and stuff because I know exactly what I want and what I'm going to use, but, you know, that's a little different. Oh, not the mega stall. Oh, just the most stalling ever. Cancel your... Oh! My God. There's just no way. Longest combo into cancel it, into longest combo into blood rain, into cancel it, kill me while I'm standing behind him, which is almost never happens. That is the single unluckiest Moog literally possible. Sometimes I say, oh, I think that might be the unluckiest Moog we've ever had. That literally every single part of that start to finish could not possibly have been worse. And Charge R2 whiffed. That's because he spun around at me. If he turned normally, it would have hit. So I didn't count that because that was part of him doing the instant attack. You shouldn't be grinding runes. I mean, you can. Do whatever you like in the game, but there is no reason to grind runes. Runes are very unimportant in Elden Ring. You will get a ton of them just for killing bosses, and you will get almost none of them for killing things other than bosses. There is technically like one spot in the late game that you could farm runes if you really wanted to, but it's so unnecessary. Like, you could spend 10 hours grinding runes, and you would gain maybe like 1% more damage. And if instead, in those same 10 hours you went exploring, you'd probably gain like 15 to 20% extra damage in like, ooh, I found a good talisman that's good for my build, or ooh, I found a weapon that I like, or ooh, like... The amount of effect that runes have in this game is tiny, 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 tiny in this game. The only thing you really want from your runes is vigor. And whatever minimum stats you need from your weapon. Outside of that, like, it's just a complete waste of your time. If you have fun farming, or you're like, it will make you more comfortable as you play, go for it. Just, if you want to be efficient, the efficient way to farm is don't farm. You will find more runes exploring and just picking up random items. Just have early access to the DLC for a rune boost. That would be tough to get to. Yo, thanks for the good luck blanks. Any PBs today? Ah. Then the effects of the two gods RNG, yep. I think Defeat Consort kind of has more RNG, weirdly enough. Like, less bosses, so technically less RNG. But you have to fight all the bosses in a much less scripted way, so it's tough.
And I can also that you're not then wine. I am Carlin.
Okay. This game is less RNG than Mesmer, Romina, Leda, Consort for sure, yeah. But yeah, we're all feeling the effects of the RNG. That is kind of just how Elden Ring is. Because also base game any percent glitchless also had a ton of RNG. It feels like they're not as bad in Two Gods because you have enough stats that you just kind of bulldoze them. But in any percent glitchless, I remember that being a lot of RNG as well. Maybe if I went back to it, though, I'd be like, wow, this is so little RNG compared to what I've been dealing with. This is so nice. Is Ennir Ilum officially worse than Gunfort? Yes. Yes? I said it confidently. Now I'm unconfident. Maybe.
They sir, but you, I can play turning to 80. You need to the foot. Then summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with.
You keep knight armor or get Godric knight armor? I don't know what's better. You can look at them. You can compare them. It's not going to make a large difference. They're going to be very similar for you. Both are perfectly fine armor sets for sure. Just, you know, it'll show you as you compare them. It'll show you green stats are better than what you currently have. Red stats are worse than what you currently have. And then, you know, white is the same. So you can just look at them and see, oh, this one does have a bit better of stats. I'll equip that one. Pick the one that looks better. There you go. Good. Good. That's a good split. This is definitely on gold base if I don't get a crisscross applesauce. No! I had to mention it. I uttered the name and brought the crisscross applesauce into the world. What happened? We lost time due to RNG. Need to make a split called Good Sit. That's what we need. That'll give us the good sit every time. What? My input, please, game. Well, now we're not even close to on gold pace. Got like one bad sit since then. Ah, it is the key. Thought you got called out. You did. How dare you, applesauce. Crossing my legs like that. Got that skip very smooth. It's, yeah, we've worked on it a lot. To check that I actually had the rune that I'm supposed to grab. Because it felt like, it honestly felt like that was too good of a pace. That I must have forgotten the rune, but we did not. Yeah. Yep. Definitely could have golded. Oh, well. What does a good sit look like? Legs not crossed.
May I have a word?
I mean, it's like one leg is like kind of bent, you know, towards the other leg, but then one leg is just straight out.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. How to avoid stand-up animation at the Church of Ella. I don't know how, but I haven't been getting it. I think. I don't remember getting it at all. Did I get it there? I was not paying attention. You get it like half the time. Oh. I wonder if it's an FPS thing. I wonder if my cheating FPS fix is making it consistent. Or it honestly probably just has to do with what we equip at that time. The exact placement of everything that we have equipped. I usually have no arrows, bow shield, obviously, because we're using bow cancels. Also in main hand sword, and then just standard, you know, armor everywhere. Everything cannot be because of FPS fix. What if it is, though? What if it is? Huh? We don't know. It honestly could also just be... As far as I know, I think my computer is a little better than yours. And I know that, like, Dist was one of the only people that was able to get the, like, graveyard, whatever, the very starting area. Fast stand-up. And I think he had, like, a really good computer. Not that he got it every time, but, like, that even getting it some of the time was unusual. The only difference is me having the Uchi. You could try that. You could see if the Uchi makes the difference. You wouldn't think it would, but neither would you think that unequipping arrows would make a difference, so... You'll explore. All right, have a good one. I've seen more Bizarre from this game, yep. You haven't used the FPS fix at all, right? You've never tried it yet, or have you used it for some things? I forget. Nope. Okay. I got Blanks to try it for the storehouse skip, and now he swears by it. Now he says he can't run without it. So, you know. More members for my cult. Just lose runs at storehouse. That sucks! That sucks! How are you okay with that? That sucks. This is a 4090 if I remember correctly. I think he does now. At the time that he was running, I don't think he had a 4090, but maybe he did. I don't remember. Just a little taste. Did you go FPS fix? You believe everything is because FPS fix. It must be. I don't believe the FPS has anything to do with fast stand-ups. That was more of a joke than anything. But the equipping Uchi actually could be.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. And so it actually could be, yep. It is actually possible. Hello. Thank you for the good luck and the good morning. I mean, I'd call it late night for me, but for many others, it is morning. Oh, Tom, do you at all possibly plan to be going to Summer Games Done Quick? Would you want to submit something like a Two Gods race or a Defeat Consort race? Which doesn't guarantee that they would take it as a race, but sometimes you submit something as a race and they go, we just want one of you. Whichever has a faster time. We're taking you.
Welcome. Well, you please. I'm hungry.
Please, I'm hungry. Talk about it more. Yeah. The submissions aren't like right now, so we don't have to like worry about that, but they're coming up in less than a month, so figured I would ask. But yeah. Would be fun. Would be cool. As long as we don't both get hard stuck on Consort giving us the worst attacks ever. As long as that doesn't happen. It's good to think ahead, yeah. Yo, thanks, Ryad. Okay, a little slow on my menuing there, but still not bad. Casual players get to Moog with good weapon and character level in 40 minutes. Like, if they are attempting to, or if they are playing the game normally and exploring and whatever. If you're playing the game normally and exploring and whatever, you're probably going to find Moog like tens and tens of hours into the game. In all likelihood. But if you wanted to rush there and you had a route and you were like, I can get there, I can go quickly. Yeah, you could probably get there in 40 minutes. It would be tough. It would be a little speedrun in itself, but it's probably possible. Without, you know, being the best at the game or anything. Normally, yeah, no, not gonna happen. $40 hours, maybe. Most of the speedrunners use skips and don't actually beat the game. Just do runs. Don't actually beat the game when doing what? The speedrunners definitely beat the game when beating the game, but What category have you put in the most time into? In any game ever or in Elden Ring? In Elden Ring, it's either any percent unrestricted, which I'm counting back when that was the Ice Rind route, but it was still, at that time, was the least restricted any percent. Or it might have been overtaken with any percent glitchless. Maybe, I don't know that I did it that much, actually. I don't think it's defeat Consort or Two Gods, although I have done both of those now for a decent number of times. I believe that I spent more time on the olden days, the any percents, but it's a little hard to say. I feel like you've run this longer. Have I? In the DLC, I do have a good number of attempts, 507. I could look back on my splits for the other categories and see my number of attempts in them, but... Like, if I have run this category the most, which maybe I have. Maybe we look back and we go, wow, I really have. My PB sucks, then, for how much I've run it. Like, my PB is so bad and so unoptimal. It was like a terrible start, terrible bosses. Like, if this is my crowning achievement for most time spent on a category, like, that's sad. How much is a speedrun with Elden and Radon? A little under an hour and a half. 125 is the current world record. Agnes? How did that clip me? Yeah. If he two-hands and then comes over into the corner while two-handing, so you have to be the one that gets out of the corner, it's pretty Jover. Really, really unlucky, though. He's very unlikely to two-hand. I did name the file worst possible, so that makes sense, actually. So then what if this one is the best possible? How much harder are the Dark Souls games compared to Elden Ring? They aren't. Oh, whoops, forgot to reset my splits. Sorry, one more time. Elden Ring, in general, the games got harder and harder and harder with each release. And you can argue, actually, Dark Souls 2 is like a tiny step easier than Dark Souls 1, or I don't know, maybe you'd be like, oh, Dark Souls 3 is actually a tiny bit easier than Dark Souls 2, you know, or like you can argue that some of them are about the same, but for the most part, Demon Souls is the easiest, then Dark Souls 1, then Dark Souls 2, then Bloodborne, I guess, then Dark Souls 3, then Sekiro, then Elden Ring, in general. And you might have, like, a few of those slightly switched around, but, like, for the most part, they just got more and more difficult. Elden Ring is harder than Dark Souls? Thought it's the other way around. The bosses in Elden Ring are very significantly harder than the bosses in Dark Souls. It's not even roughly comparable. However, you do also have tons and tons of tools in Elden Ring, and if you look up a guide and use summons and, you know, Comet Azure with infinite mana and, you can trivialize Elden Ring. But if you are legitimately fighting and interacting with the bosses in Elden Ring are miles harder than any, maybe not than any in Dark Souls, but like the average boss difficulty in Elden Ring is miles harder than the average boss difficulty in Dark Souls. And the hardest bosses in Elden Ring are miles harder than the hardest bosses in Dark Souls. Don't know about the easiest bosses, though. They're maybe roughly comparable, because they're all kind of not hard. Also easier, but the rest of it is pain. There is something to possibly be said about that. Because the things they can do now with bosses makes the experience much different. It is certainly different, but... Accept the environment.
And I can also that you're not. Then why? I am Carl.
Ooh, a 149? Let's go.
Hydrate.
Not quite the time for that. Now is not the time to use that. On pace for maybe a Gulch. How is the bat aggroed to me this far away now? Gulch! Big Gulch! Saw people get 2 graces to Gatefront instead of first steps. Does that make sense? Yes. That is an alternate route. That is faster for some categories, but for this category, it's faster to get the Seaside Ruins, which is the one I just talked to Melina at. How many total hours do you have on Elden Ring? Like 2,500-ish? Excuse me, game, please let me dismount Torrent when I press the button multiple times. Be really kind of you. Oh, and rats. My gold start. What's part about DS1 is when you have to lift your curse in New Londo Ruins. I mean, just don't get cursed, I guess. How many hours on my first casual playthrough? 79, if I remember right. $79 to do everything that I could find. And before I got bored of trying to get all the achievements. I didn't end up getting all the achievements then. But I got like 3 of the endings, and then I got bored, and I was like, I don't care about this last one. Oh, let me up there. Okay, well, this is going to be a bad split. That's so bad. That's kind of reset worthy. That's so bad. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, and we get the far. If we crisscross applesauce, we're resetting. Okay, we didn't get crisscross applesauce. I wanted to reset.
To determine if you had, it seems torrent, whereas I may. There is,
This
but
is
I
so
can
bad.
Very let my hand.
Ugh. Notice that some weapons basically duplicate and dual wield if you switch to two-handed. Is there a telling which weapons do that? Nope. I think you just try them and some of them do. I have no idea. I still get surprised when they do that. I'm like, oh, I didn't know this weapon did that. How many times would you say that you have first tried a new boss when Elden Ring or DLC first released? I don't know. I don't know. Let's be conservative and say maybe 20 bosses, maybe like 10% of the bosses. It was very tough to do in the DLC because I went in at level 1 with no armor, with a +0 club. Had to use something from the DLC and had to only find upgrade stones in the DLC. So that was suboptimal for killing bosses on the first try, being incredibly underpowered the whole time. Still technically in the green, so I guess it's continuable.
This way, tarnished. May I have a word?
Don't need character power. I am powered. Surely. I mean, we did. With that kind of setup, we found the great katana, and we did found a set of armor, and we did eventually kill Rolana with like a +4 or something great katana. It just took many, many, many hours. And then once we had killed Rolana, we were able to get a good number of levels, so from there it wasn't so bad. We need the axe for Magnus. It's also slightly faster on Darrowil, but Uchi would have been fine on Darrowil, but the axe is just like mandatory for Magnus. Own understanding of boss movesets and good spacings. Never first tried a boss in this game. I mean, for the most part, you first try a boss when you enter them too powerful for them. Like, there were I literally did not find Weeping Peninsula until I was, like, way stronger than Weeping Peninsula. So I am sure that I first tried, like, whatever bosses are down there, you know? Maybe not every single one of them, but probably most of the ones in Weeping Peninsula I just first tried because I was at the strength of an endgame character walking into the lowest scaled zone in the game. You first tried a world record. Yes. Yes, I have. For new categories that have nobody running them. I first tried the world record for Defeat Consort, and I first tried the world record for Two Gods, because I was the first person to do them. Actually, I guess that's not technically true. Not for Two Gods. I guess actually Kata did Two Gods before me. I might have still first tried a world record, though, because his run was not, like, made to be super optimal, and I went through and, like, optimized it before doing runs. I don't remember, actually, if I did first try that one or not. Elden Ring was your first game, and Souls game... Got smacked by Vara at the start and stuck at the Tree Sentinel for hours. Stuck at the Tree Sentinel for hours is the correct way to play. Hitting Vare is not the correct way to play. That's funny. I mean, he does call you maidenless. He is pretty rude, but he's not really hostile. Okay. Have you ever done a stream where you just work out and calculate a run path? Yep, all the time. Anytime we are learning a new category, that's exactly what we do. It's usually not everyone's favorite stream, but it's a necessary stream, and I like it, so... Start to end, you mean? Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. Yep, that's how we do it. Start to end of stream and start to end of the speedrun. Those are what we do. Yep. Mouse and keyboard is goated. We do love mouse and keyboard. I did a bouquet run on Valentine's Day. That was fun. That's nice.
welcome. Well, you please. I'm ang...
The Gallery of Oz. Oh, good night. That's for a while. Haven't seen a new category start. Ah. Yeah, that will happen. If we decide to speedrun Monster Hunter, that will be a stream that will happen. Although I don't know that we will speedrun Monster Hunter, but we'll at least play it. When Kazan comes out, that's almost certainly a stream that will happen, unless I beat Kazan and decide... actually, this does look like a bad speedrun. But I will probably try to speedrun Kazan. When the Liza P DLC comes out, that will certainly happen. Waiting for that Sifu stream? I mean, you're, might be waiting for a while. No current plans for that. Stellar Blade stream. I mean, we might. We might play Stellar Blade. When it comes to PC, I think it's still not... I don't know. I haven't kept track of... The fact that I don't even, like, know when the games are coming to PC, it makes me really, like, not want to care about them. If nobody else cares about them, and I'm not, like, you know... feeling like I'm in the know for when games are being released on PC, then I feel like there's just not, like, any, like, hype around them or reason to really play them. Like, I knew when Monster Hunter World was coming to PC. And I played that day one. That was like, yes. We cared. I mean... Do you, though? The mod for Stellar Blade? Oh, not mods. Last several bosses were actually really impressive. Okay. Walk him into the corner. All right. That was good. Like cosplay Vanini when the Liza P DLC comes out? Probably not, no. Yes, the Scarab there gives a Somber Smithing Stone 5. Okay. Think of the content. Record time 56:12-ish. You can... Oh, no, you're on YouTube, so you can't. On Twitch, we have a command for it. On YouTube, I don't know how to get commands. I think somebody said you could put Nightbot on YouTube, but I guess I'll have to figure out how to do that. Yeah, I think it's 56:12. What? No, not by Tom anymore. It has been stolen.
I presume. I am an old, so perhaps you.
Does he still have it for 2 gods? Yes, and he probably will for the foreseeable future. There's technically ways to save some time on it, but it will be very, 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 very hard to beat for 2 gods. It is basically at the pinnacle of what is achievable with the strats that he was doing. So you'd have to do some harder, riskier strats to be able to beat it. Not bad. Are you bullying this sick man? Actually, I'm helping him. I'm helping to heal him and make him better. Eventually. I mean, I am then also going to bully him when he gets better, but...
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck.
You ain't let grey anchor until it will tragic across the far, but the Consort ray seek to become lethal.
Ben? Heal your friends, hit him with a sword. Yes.
You claim what? My dad. Words of truly, I believe. Even that's the part.
You have to talk with Enya to do Vare's quest. And you have to do Vare's quest to get to Moog.
You have a. I wish to a knight luminary. So, now.
Or at least it's the quickest way to get to Moog. Never understood why Vari doesn't have a Grace next to him. Probably he is specifically avoiding Grace to not be spied on by the two fingers. Right, because he's suspicious of them. Yo. Self-precision, always explaining so nicely. Streams in the morning are always such a nice place. Oh, thank you, Ahopiak. The payment for your chatting will be there shortly.
You've complained with this a knight. Now, this.
That, unequip that. Craft Frost. That should be good.
Oh, good heavens.
Good
Clench your
heavens.
teeth or something.
Insta quit after killing her, yup.
Which is what you have. Oh.
Okay. We lost like half a second each time that it didn't let me bring up the menu, but otherwise that was a good split. Don't stop at the talkative shop. The one here in this cave. I wouldn't need anything from it, so we definitely do not stop there. Okay, that was not what I wanted, but it's probably fine. Oh, so unlucky again. Okay, I think we got the headshot there, so we're totally good. Yep, okay.
I can see it as clear as day. The coming of our dynasty.
Definitely not perfect, but good enough.
More Gwyn.
Can this potentially be the run? Yes, absolutely it can.
Hydrate.
Potentially. Now's not a good time. Slightly earlier would have been a good time, but not. As I came up on the thing I needed to do the parkouring up. This is just a tribute. Couldn't remember the greatest run in the world. Those beer hats for you to hydrate on the go. Ah, yes. That's not correct. I missed the spot I was supposed to jump down. Found a alternate though, so not the end of the world, but somehow I missed the spot I was supposed to see. Mitchell the Kind. Let's have a ring to it. Do the cosplay for DLC. I mean, I do still have it. The problem is, it's very, it was very unwieldy. The hat was a little uncomfortable. It was like way too small. And the like fur coat, like lining was just not part of the coat whatsoever, so I had to just like hold it there the whole time. Not a great experience while you're trying to game out of your mind. By some miracle, still got the record with it, but... Did I get 2 gods record? No, I did not.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Okay.
Only fine. You have now to become the thing as
Get this record at a certain period of time. Yeah, I held this the defeat Consort record for a while when it when the DLC first came out. Unlucky start. No way that hit me. There's no way that hit me. That was so far from me. Oh, that was so far from me. I guess I should have just rolled twice. It just wasn't even remotely in the same zip code as me, so I figured it wouldn't hit me, but I should have figured none of those hitboxes ever make any fucking sense. And I should have figured that. Sure. We love when we get 2 random needles exactly between our rolls, so there's nothing we can do. Well, it's not possible to PB anymore, but I want to continue for practice. I haven't gotten to the end of the run in a really long time because we keep getting unlucky, so I just want to finish one out just to make sure that nothing bad's going to happen at the end. Something in my eye. Okay. It's annoying. Okay. Tell you if it's a good idea or not. Was it that thing about Vare way earlier? It's much, much slower. It's like a minute slower. You'd have to go to Vare 3 times instead of 2. It would be a horrible idea. You would save on having to buy 1 finger. But 1,000 runes for a minute of time loss is very, very, very not worth it. This. Double jumping down that ledge faster. Faster than what? Too low. It's gonna be too far right. That'll work. I don't know why that one just was not letting me aim at the right spot. It just kept being off, and then I would try to correct it, and then it'd be off in the other direction. Over and over. Oh, the single jumping? I don't know. They're about the same, and the single jump is much, much more precise. So I don't figure that it's worth it at all. It's possible that the single jump saves like 0.1 maybe seconds.
A brave to you, presume I must uphold then and sure.
Whoops. Yo. Sandor of Thune. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. How's the storehouse without the FPS fix? Most of the jumps doesn't matter too much, but this jump that I'm about to do after pulling the lever, this one you can literally just miss it just because of having the wrong FPS. This one right here. If you have a really bad FPS, then you can just miss that and lose the run. And by bad FPS, I don't mean low. I mean, there are values for FPS that make your jumps really short. And if you happen to have one of those random specific bad FPS values that makes your jump short, then you will just miss it. Gold. VSync help with FPS fluctuations? Elden Ring does not have VSync, so I'll go with no.
Hydrate.
For the hydrate.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Oh, that's not the best thing. All right, that definitely works.
A curse upon thee.
A curse of Mesmer.
Okay, not bad. We take that.
Upon his was sublime to think he, when he himself. But yet, the death of men now in vengeance, if Mickle, then I would.
So much damage with low level, no buffs, etc. Is it cheating? No, it is not cheating. This is just kind of the amount of damage that you kind of can do. Keep the pressure on them so that you can get good staggers. That's kind of just what you can do. Please let me get the riposte. I knew you wouldn't. Of course, of course. Instant stall. Really bad luck on Romina, but no, it made it through, I guess. But that was really bad luck on Romina.
Hydrate.
Now is not the time to use that. I mean, I guess it will be once we get to the quit out on the stairs. Stop curving the bullets! Well, we're gonna die. Maybe we won't. You think the devs, may be able to add the Night Rain sprint to Elden Ring? Would they be able to? Yes. Will they? No. Wow, that's unlucky. That's never happened before. We got like double hit on the first projectiles. It did like double the damage they normally do. Right after release, like they did with the Bloodborne dash. Yeah, I'm sure somebody will mod it in. Somebody probably has already modded it in. the second time here because I had to pick up the runes. Do not normally have to quit out right there, but I was going to die if I did not, so... I mean, I could always quit out twice there, but it's just significantly slower, so... Not something I would like to do if I can avoid it. And it's the first time ever through, like, I don't know, 50 attempts that we've ever had those blue beam whatevers that they shoot actually kill us there. So it probably still isn't worth quitting out, but maybe it is. Is it worth quitting out again for a 1 in 50 chance of the run dying if you don't? Honestly, maybe. Would runs with a speedy mod be validated or made into a category? No, obviously not. Why ever would they be? There's not new categories every single time somebody makes a mod to the game. That would be silly. You make your own unofficial category? That's true. You could. Just... it has no reason to be an official category.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf Dane will
never allow this. Oh, the worst possible attack. Thank you, Leda. Very cool. And then Natan body blocked me, so I had to get hit by her. Very cool. And now I'm at 1 health and I'm gonna die and I didn't get a frost proc on her. And my attacks are somehow missing. Alright, but at least we lived. Oh, she's so annoying. swap. That's fine, I guess. That was a very annoying start. Really, really bad and slow for me. Okay. Not a good Radon, but not the worst thing ever, I suppose. Yep. 12 seconds lost. That's not that bad. Better than I was expecting. All right. So, yeah, aside from Enir, Ilum, and Hippo, that wouldn't have been world record, but it would have been around 50, a high 56, maybe low 57, if it were not for those two things. It would have been PB by over a minute, I believe. Still very unlucky at the end. Not that lucky of a Mesmer. I mean, it wasn't the worst thing, but not lucky of a Mesmer. Very unlucky Romina, and not that lucky of a Radon. So, the Hippo and the Bird, yep. So we definitely still have more time to be saved. All right, we go again. I said Enir, Ilum. Enir, Ilum, and Hippo. Excuse me?
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. That one was it. I don't know. None of the bosses were particularly great. If I remember right, that had like an okay Magnus. Did have a good Darrowil, but you almost always get a good Darrowil. Did have a good Star Scourge, I believe. But Moog was bad. Hippo was terrible. Even even discounting the death, it was still terrible even without that. Romina was terrible. Mesmer was bad. Leda was bad. Radon was bad. They weren't terrible. They were salvageable, but they were... There was, like, no boss that was actually, like, good. So that one had no hope of world record even with no deaths. There was no way that run could get record with that bad of luck. Do you think this would be fun as a race between you and NPT? Yes, absolutely it would. When is the golden vow used? On Leda and Friends. I guess Leda and Friend in this category. It's all green. I only see green. Ah, I see. Morning. That was a very, very slow quit out, but I'll continue. Leda has friends? You know, none that I know of, but supposedly. What now? Checkerboard soundproofing, that's... Calling that the Markiplier wall is a little strange, but yes. I do like the checkerboard soundproofing is nice. Tis a very common soundproofing patterning. Amazon special gamer wall. Yep. I mean, nothing against Markiplier, right? But just just a little.
And I can also that to your not then wine. I am Carl.
Little too widespread to be named after somebody. Oh, thank you. It is a great Markiplier wall, actually, now that you mention it. Good. Good start. Which I think is surprising because I think we had a really bad quit out near the start, but the rest of it just went perfectly.
I can play turning to aid you. You need to the foot. Then summon me.
To the foot.
I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with.
No Ratched this time. Nice. Good. All right. Good start. No! My game crashed. That was a good start. Aww. That was my best start of the night. Up to that point. Not that it was very far in. Glad you're enjoying it, Parker. If we load back in, let's see where we are. If it crashed in the same spot, I think we're fine. Okay, it crashed and we get to load back in. And then, of course, we get crisscross applesauce. Well, no longer a good start. I blame the crash. Unlucky. I believe the run, it doesn't need to be crashless. I think a crash does not invalidate the run in Elden Ring because the game crashes so often that you just kind of have to allow it. As long as it doesn't, like, cause a wrong warp or something, you know, silly like that. FPS fix caused this, surely. You have a run with a crash in it? Yeah. Not my game of the year. Game never crashed before. I've never even heard of the game crashing before. Must be the FPS fix. Speaking of, the game crash has removed our FPS fix, so I need to turn that back on because I'm not running without it. I remain confident that the people opposed to the FPS fix will change their mind, and it will be allowed. A frame delta of question mark, question mark. It's a good frame delta. Oh, that short little weird jump, I think, is what caused that awkward bow cancel that kept me in the air. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I just mistimed it. Oh, that short jump so that I land there and lose like a full second having to go down again. Yep, this is why we need it. This. Set it. Okay. There we go. One of the frame deltas of all time? You know, it kind of isn't. It kind of isn't one of the frame deltas of all time.
This way, tarnished. May I have a word?
If you could jump onto ladders, it would be faster for sure. At least that is a prime number. Surely. We do love prime decimals. Okay. So I jumped from slightly too far away from that. Ooh. The fabled triple no damage? Easy. They said it was a myth. They said it couldn't be done. What does Delta stand for? Forgot all your maths class. Stands for change. Or difference. The delta between 5 and 7 is 2. Generally use it for more, like, advanced versions of differences than that, but... Forgot to unequip arrows. I'm bad. Yep, slow stand up. Not a good start, but Delta is used more in physics than in math anyway. Yeah, it's used in both, but it is. I have seen it more in a physics context. Makes for handy ways to write kinematics equations, that's for sure.
Elden Ring speedrunners have 7 types of external scent glands distributed across their bodies.
That's
These
true.
are the forehead glands, the preorbital glands, the nasal glands, the interdigital glands, the preputial gland, the metatarsal glands, and the tarsal glands.
That's correct. Yeah, how did you know that? This was a closely guarded speedrunner only secret. You just gonna share that to the world?
Welcome. Value, please. I'm hungry.
How do normies get those glands? Well, you have to start speedrunning, and they'll just sprout. I mean, you do have to, like, enter a cocoon for a while first, and then emerge with the new glands, but, like... other than that, it's pretty much just automatic.
I wonder how many infinite RNG events are nullified, but the FPS fix giving Mitch such an unfair advantage that we will never know. Pilcrow section inverted question mark inverted exclamation mark dash. Pilcrow section inverted question mark inverted exclamation mark dash.
Plus 2.5. Not great. Dash. Scandalous. Explain how you lose 1 minute? When do I lose a minute? Or when I said I lost 2 seconds there? Well, because the splits tell me that in that section, compared to the best that I ever did it, I was plus 2.5 seconds. So 2.5 seconds slower, 2.5 seconds lost. And part of that was definitely not unequipping the arrows. And other than that, I'm not sure. There might have been some other slight thing. The thing with the Vare quest. Oh. Because did you see how long it took me to grab the fingers from the merchant? Not very long, right? Compare that to later when you have to warp to the South Raya Lucaria gate, jump down off of it, ride all the way over to Vare to get the fingers, and then warp out again. The difference in time is very large. A minute is probably an overestimate. It's maybe more like 30 to 40 seconds, but it's still a very large difference. Don't do the Vare quest anyway. We do the Vare quest. Yes, we do the Vare quest. But if I had to go to Vare to get the fingers, to leave to kill Magnus, to come back to finish the quest, that's a lot slower than killing Magnus, coming to him, and then getting the quest and immediately turning it in. Leaving and coming back is much slower than doing it all in one trip. An interesting start to Magnus. You know, if Twitch is asking you if you really want to send that, maybe the answer should be no. Just, you know, just a thought. Well, that was really annoying. That was some of the worst worm face RNG I've ever seen. Maybe not some of the worst, because we didn't die at least, but it was very, very bad. Got interrupted and chased. Any other Two Gods attempt? No current plans. I achieved my goal. Well, I achieved my achievable goal. My stretch goal of world record is no longer achievable, so... Oh, God! Wait, what? Why did that instantly stagger him? Yeah, rip run. It gave me the running R2 instead of the standing charged R2. It will still give you the running attack even a bit after you stop running, and I didn't stop running for long enough. So I had to just try to send random moves and hope that they would work, and they did not. I could have taken it very slow, lost like 30 seconds, and just fought him normally, but that would have just been a reset anyway, so I just tried to just, what if I just charge up an attack and hope that he stands still and gets hit by it, and he did not. Well, he did on the first one, but I wasn't expecting it to stagger. Oh, thanks for the good luck. Fighting Consort for the first time and you wanted to give up. I'm quite glad that Monster Hunter will be out soon. Both just in general, that's awesome, but also because I'm pretty ready to move on from Elden Ring for a while. The excessive RNG in Elden Ring is really wears you down. It's very annoying.
Then I can also that you're not then why I am Carl.
Minecraft, not Minecraft. Monster Hunter. And then Kazan in like a month. Which unfortunately is coming out at like the same time that I'm going on a trip.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. You do hunt monsters in Minecraft. That's, I guess, not inaccurate. Yeah, okay, jumping on flat ground is definitely faster with the FPS fix on.
They sir, but you, I can play turning wood to aid you. You need to the foot. Then summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with.
And then if we speedrun Kazan for a while, which should be fun, hopefully, then that should bring us right along to Night Rain. Which will hopefully tide us over till the Lies of P DLC. And we'll have SGDQ, and then hopefully by fall they'll announce something else new. I hope Kazan speedrunning is good. Me too. That would be cool. Any news on Sekiro Bingo? The news is I still have been lazy to ask people to actually play it with me. They will announce Silk Song, surely. quite. That works. At least the DLC is tomorrow, surely.
To determine if you had, it seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take gathering play. Very let my hand.
It's unfortunately a bit slow parkour. Shadow dropping the DLC. They said summer of 2025, so that would certainly be a surprise. Not quite summer. Sunny outside. That's summer. It's gotta be. Maybe they meant somewhere in 2025. Ah, that's gotta be it. Code cracked. Yep. Gonna speedrun Assassin's Creed Shadows? Probably not. Haven't played an Assassin's Creed game since like 2 or 3.
This way, tarnished. May I have a word?
Haven't really found them to be that interesting to me at all. Looks a bit wonky. Maybe. I don't know. I have not really kept up with it. Because I went, oh, look, another Assassin's Creed game. Cool.
Hydrate.
I have a word?
Good
Sorry,
luck,
no
Mitch.
time. Thank you for the good luck. Is he serious? Has lost all your appeal after playing FromSoft games? Yeah. "12 years since they released an Assassin's Creed game you liked." Well, Well, presumably they're still selling a lot of copies, so a lot of people still like them, but... honestly, even after, like, 1... it was like, Assassin's Creed 1 was like, oh, that is a unique, you know, interesting little game. It is very, very far from perfect. You might not even necessarily call it, like, good. But it was like, I liked that. That was unique. Maybe 2 as well. I don't really remember that well. But eventually it was just like, oh, this is just kind of generic, you know, run around, fight things, gather whatever, complete missions. Like, I don't know. The first one felt very, like, forcibly stealthy and, like, very, very focused on that. But not just, like, stealth is just, like, there. Like, I don't know. It felt unique. If you made it again now, you'd probably be like, derivative. But at the time, it felt unique. And all the ones pretty much since have felt like, yeah, that's another game that's probably going to be pretty decent if you like that style. But nothing, like, spectacular. Nothing knock your socks off. AC Odyssey was a great game. We played it without AC in mind. Ah. Did I actually remember to unequip the arrows? Let's find out. I didn't! I'm bad at the video game. Yep, there they are. I'm back to you being terrible at fighting, back to stealth gameplay. Like some great games like Black Flag and Odyssey. People do tend to like those ones. Fun, generic, open world action RPG, not Assassin's Creed. I mean, as long as it's fun. That's not what I wanted. It is what I pressed, but it's not what I wanted. Ubisoft and Blizzard most iconic downfalls in gaming history. Blizzard for sure. Was Ubisoft ever like obviously there are Ubisoft games that people like, no doubt about that. But was Ubisoft ever like, you know, I don't know, a scrappy underdog? Or, I don't know exactly how to describe it. Was it ever like the good guy? I feel like Ubisoft has kind of always been the bad guy that happened to make some pretty good games. Whereas Blizzard legitimately felt like the good guys until it was like, oh, no, they are not. Oh, God, they are the bad, bad guys. Who's the happiest here? Were Ghosts of Yotei and Night Rain. Didn't like Night Rain much. Gotta wait for Yotei. What about the Lies of P DLC? Or Kazan? Good guys and bad guys when it comes to companies trying to make money. Not anymore. There used to be companies that were not, you know, microtransactions, loot boxes, you know, like... I mean, there's still FromSoft. FromSoft, still the good guys. In my eyes, FromSoft still easily the good guys. And they don't lay off employees after they're done with their big releases. They just say, great, you guys did an awesome job. Help us on the next one. And roll them over. Not just trying to, like, get rid of everyone to cut down on costs. In fact, I think gave them everyone, like, a raise. Unpromised, just like, hey, this release went so well. We're giving everyone a bonus or a raise or something, didn't they? Like, so, in my eyes, FromSoft still absolutely the good guys. They didn't need to do that. People used to love EA. That is a hard one to swallow. I mean, microtransactions suck regardless, but they are necessary for a free-to-play game and completely unnecessary for a not free-to-play game. And then within microtransactions, there are more and less egregious ones in there as well, but... Is definitely on the list. Sector's your favorite FromSoft game. Do the fast-paced combat. Yes, let's go. Lies of P, we can also deflect, so you're looking forward to it. Do it. It's so good. Why are we sad violining? Is it for the guy with the chest that we killed for the runes? If so, fair. Oh, I got locked into wild strikes and it wouldn't let me roll. Exactly the wrong timing for his lion's claw. Right as we started. I see the sad violin was for our run that was about to die to Magnus.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Perhaps the topic of bad video game companies is perhaps too divisive. Start banning. Ubisoft might be evil, but they never made the Leda boss fight. True! True! Well, who's really evil? It has to be FromSoft for making the Leda encounter. What are your expectations about the Lies of P DLC? I expect it to be fun. If it's not, I'll be very disappointed.
Then I can also that you're not. Then why? I am Carl.
Enjoyable talking anyway leads to more disparity. Enjoy some Elden Ring RNG content. We love our Elden Ring RNG. Aw. Nice to see Obsidian's kind of back with Avowed. They used to be so good. Obsidian was the ones that did Fallout New Vegas, right?
They serve it you. I can play turning to aid you. You need to the foot. Then summon me. I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with.
Because I know everyone really liked Fallout New Vegas. Like, that's the good one. There are iframes on Fogwall and DS2. They aren't instant. Amazing design so people don't just run past all the enemies to bosses. Well, what's wrong with running past all the enemies to bosses? Why is that not valid? None of the people who made that work at Obsidian anymore. It's a husk of a company. Avowed looks decent from what I've seen, but I haven't seen very much. So I don't know if is it good, bad, I don't know. It looks decent. Good. Both are valid design philosophies. It's even possible in DS2, but a bit harder to execute, which speedrunners do. Okay, decent. Don't care about clearing areas after the first playthrough. Let me skip everything when you know what you're doing, please. Right, so
to determine if you had
it is not bad to say, oh, the general expectation for players is that they will clear areas before going to the boss. And that is how a lot of players do play. But enforcing that as like a you kind of must do this, or like, it's not necessarily must, as you said, speedrunners can get around it, but very strongly punishing you for not playing in that way when running past enemies is something that a lot of players want to do, especially on second and third and fourth playthroughs. It still feels bad to me. Still feels like not the correct design decision. One that's valid, but not the best choice that you could make. Like, if you truly wanted players to, you know, you must kill every enemy before advancing, well, you could make, you know, gates that you walk up to it and say, will not open until 10 more enemies are dead. Like, but obviously I think that would be even worse, you know, but it would actually accomplish the you can't run past enemies if that was the goal. More fun to build, craft, and clear mobs with it on the way to the boss. Really? Because that has pretty much never been good. I don't want to say never been good, but never been, like, great. That's never been the reason that you buy a Souls game, is because it's so fun clearing enemies. Like, enemies are good. Like, they need to exist, and they should be challenges, and they should, you know, like, there are plenty of reasons that enemies need to exist for the sake of the world and all this, but if that's the selling point, that's a rough selling point.
Tarnished. May I have a word?
Still may not have a word. She's probably like a fae, like a fairy. And if I give her a word, then I won't have that word anymore. She'll be like, "Can I have a word?" And I'll be like, "Sure." And I'll say like, "Yes." And then she'll say, "Great. I now have your word, yes. You can never say yes again." That's probably what she's doing. And I won't stand for that. Yo, good evening. Being able to run past enemies and souls is something I really like. I do like that. I like the ability to. I like fighting most of them, most of the time, but I like that I can run past them if I choose to. I like generally ensuring that every enemy dies once. But once I have killed every enemy in the area, fully cleared it, start to finish, everything's dead, and gotten to that boss, well, now those enemies, I never want to see them again. I want to run past them every single time and go right to the boss. I'm very happy that in Elden Ring, you often will get a Stake of Marika, so you don't have to run past a bunch of enemies again. And, like, if you told me you not only have to go past enemies every time, which is already like, oh, that's annoying, but it's fine. But, oh no, you can't go past. You have to clear them all again. Bro, I'm uninstalling. That's horrible. Like, it doesn't even have to be a second playthrough. It can be a second try on the same boss in my first playthrough, and I'm gonna get upset and uninstall. One of the things you don't like in Lies of P is that there's mandatory mini-bosses. Why, though? I like bosses. I like mini-bosses. I like bosses that are mandatory or optional. Both good. I like mini-bosses that are mandatory or optional. Both good. As long as they're fun. I don't... What is there to dislike about a mini-boss being optional? Because the mini-bosses aren't super fun in your opinion. Okay. Fair enough. They're definitely not the standouts. I forgot to unequip arrows again. First playthrough of DS2, Scholar of the First Sin right now. Still can't believe they decided this is the improved enemy placement. She found it a bit too slow-paced or heavy compared to Sekiro, for example, but the DLC made you want to give it another try. It's faster... Well, it's faster in many ways than, like, Souls and Elden Ring, but Is it faster in every way? There are some very slow attacks in Lies of P, but I think in general, Lies of P is speed that's between Souls and Sekiro. Faster than Souls, slower than Sekiro. And I really like both, so... Well, I really like all three. I really like Souls, Sekiro, and Lies of P. Spiders are scared of Torch, which they weren't in vanilla. Does sound like somewhat of an improvement. Primarily use daggers in Lies of P. That's pretty quick and viable. Almost every weapon that I have tried out has felt pretty viable. There are definitely some daggers that are very good. There's also some big weapons that are very good. There's a couple of big weapons that are kind of bad. But definitely at least one weapon in every, like, class of weapon that you could think of that is going to be pretty darn good.
Welcome. Well, you please. I'm hungry.
Mesmer run back is the worst. That whole 2 seconds and a walk into a fog wall, that's a tough one. You get bored with Lies of P? Just did the playthrough with a new weapon each time. Fun experience. If you like that, yeah. I tend to not be a play... You wouldn't think this, but I tend to not be a play the same game over and over type of person. I don't like doing new game pluses. I don't like play the game again, but this time use a different weapon. I do like play the game again, but with this extra challenge, which speedrunning, to me, counts as a challenge. The challenge of go faster. But I don't like just doing something again. I am motivated by achieving, and doing something for a second time does not feel like achieving. What are the normal playthroughs? Did a level 1 run on Elden Ring. Ooh. That is a good run. What do you think of Night Rain? I didn't get to play Night Rain, but watching others play it, it looked very fun. It looked like people were having a lot of fun with it. it obviously wasn't like as fully randomized as it will be in the full version. Like they were just on the same map every time, I think, and the same end boss and stuff like that. But with the fully randomized version, seems like it'll be a lot of fun. Achieving doing it with all weapons. If I felt like that was an achievement, then sure. Yo, Parky! Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Yo, how was your birthday? Oh, let's go. Did you happen to read a Kudo board on your stream? Oh, Victorula, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the. I already said that part. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Yep, she did. Aha. I need to see the clip of her reading my message. Nice. Hashtag big fan. Yo. We're fine. That was a weird jump. Not quite where I was expecting. All right. We become partners soon. You just know it. I just know it, right? Surely she's a partner soon. The day's gotta come. Wait. Why is my menuing all off? It's fine. It's fine. Did I even use the rune? We'll fix it up after Magnus. It was a good one. How's the runs been? Pretty unlucky tonight, but that's kind of par for the course. We had one run that got into the DLC on a good pace, but then got all bad luck from there. Okay, I guess I'm not... Okay, still. Minus 15 is good. Minus 15 here is good. Okay. Alright. Did that slightly wrong. Okay. Torrent was fine. Come on. Good enough. That's been an oversight by Twitch. Yeah. This, and then I need this equipped. Okay. My menuing is all over the place in this run. But we're kind of back into it. What's world record on this run? 56:12, if I remember right. Okay, still good, still good. do need to fix the menuing. Kinda need to fix it now. I need the frost grease equipped. Okay. A weapon for Radon? This one. Bloodhound's Fang.
I presume. I am an old, so perhaps.
All reliable. It's a good one. Played the network test. Randomized was only the loot, but enemies and map were not randomized. There were 2 enemy seeds with their own ring closing pattern. With time that could work out routes. It's not so good for roguelites, but yeah, there will be more stuff to be randomized in the finished game, but nobody knows the details. Gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah. That is about what I expected. Yeah, looked like a lot of fun when others were playing it. Wish it had come to PC so I could have joined in. Hello! Yo, thank you for the good luck. Forge. Not too bad. We got unlucky on 1 attack, but otherwise that's good. This is current patch, yes. What are your favorite roguelites? Balatro, Hades, Slay the Spire. Is there any others that I'd put into a favorites list? I don't think so. I think it's pretty much those 3. Unless I've just forgore one. Have I played Risk of Rain 2 or Binding of Isaac? I have not played those. Rogue Legacy 2 is very good. I think I've played Rogue Legacy 1, and I wasn't a huge fan of it. It felt like it should be very fun. Like the combat in general felt like, oh, this is good. But I don't know, something about it. I didn't end up like fully finishing it. It felt like the progress was very slow, I guess. And I was like, just, you know, kind of got bored with it. And that was definitely partially on me, not being very good at that exact style of game.
You claim what? My words are truly.
Dead Cells is super fun in your opinion. Dead Cells does look very fun.
Oh, I have a gift.
Oh, I didn't know you needed to do that twice. I thought it was once. My bad.
I wish to a night luminary. So, now.
Oh, we learned something. Something that was very bad for this run, but... Tried Monster Train. Nope. Was wild with the design, well worth checking out for anyone interested in old school 2D action. Okay. Is that a handle lease in the background? How about you handle these nuts? Got him. Or if that was an actual question, then, you know, feel free to explain. But that definitely sounded like a setup.
And with this, a knight. Now, this.
Is that all the equips?
Oh, heavens. Clench your
We've
teeth.
already crafted all the freeze. Yep. Cool. I see someone got so bad at 4:30 a.m. Set up these. You have your favorite Slay the Spire character. I haven't even played with like the newest one or ones that came out. I haven't played Slay the Spire in a while. So honestly, just classic Ironclad. Infinite card cycle's pretty cool. Defect for life. Defect's pretty cool. Oh. You just left me alone. We're just not in combat. Very cool. There's anything else to do. Set up for Moke. You grab any to-do fragments off of the main path in the DLC. Not off of the main path. It's only the ones along the main path. There's some that, like, you could argue is kind of off the main path, but is close enough. Very unfortunate. This is completely unsalvageable. Unless... No, I think it's just completely unsalvageable. I'm gonna try something. Okay, I tried something that actually would have salvaged it. If I waited just a tiny bit less time, that actually would have salvaged it. It was like the smartest thing I could try, but nothing would have worked. Well, I guess technically that would have worked if I was faster, so technically something would have worked, but yeah. Nothing aside from exactly that would have worked. What practice tool to use? Are there many? Never speedran before. So The one that is used most commonly is John DeSandonato's practice tool, or John Practice for short. However, most practice you don't need a tool for at all. The tool is not really what you practice with. You practice by going through the run and making saves at every single spot that you might want to practice, and then loading that save and practicing that spot and then doing it again. So make a save before every single boss and mini boss. Make a save before, ooh, there's this weird tricky walking section where you have to like walk in a specific way or you might fall. Make a save there. Oh, there's this spot where I've got to distract this enemy to be able to make a save there. And what do I mean by make a save? I mean, quit out so that you're at the main menu, tab out of the game, go to the save file on your computer and copy it into another folder. And then when you want to load that save, you just paste that saved copy over your current save. And you'll be right back where you were when you made the save, when you copied it. Unclench D's nuts or something. What are your thoughts on Rain Night? You know, they're pretty cozy. Like, good nights for having hot chocolate if it's raining, you know? As long as you don't got plans, nothing wrong with a rain night. Chad is truly in a D's nuts mood.
But I can also that you're not then wine. I am Carl.
One thing that beats hot chocolate and rain is hot chocolate and slow snow. Yes, very wise. Oh, yeah, jumping is so much faster there. Why have I not been doing this all the time? I like you asked, do you like olives, and then didn't even wait for the response.
Hey, sir, but you, I can be turning to 80. You need to the foot. Then summon me. I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him.
Got him, I guess. Got him, or something. You're good at avoiding it? So you just blurt them out? I guess you have to. How about you blurt out D's? You can't avoid it forever. Never seen someone skip past dialogue faster. I'm actually not the fastest dialogue skipper. You know who that title might belong to? ADEF. ADEF does the like two-handed mashing technique. The like put two thumbs over the button and like push it into your thumbs alternating. He does that for mashing through dialogue and like upgrading his weapon at the blacksmith and stuff. You scroll to skip it. I don't think that's allowed. I don't know if it is. I might have to check. What is doing an ADEV? Heard it in Parky's chat before. Could refer to a lot of things.
To determine if you had, it seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take gathering play. Let my hand.
I thought you were going to say D's nuts do it faster. Nah. It's got to actually be a good setup. You could D's nuts any statement ever, but that doesn't really make it a good setup. Is that possible with keyboard and mouse? Not really. However, I have more buttons than a controller player does. So in theory, if I really wanted to mash, I could set like 10 buttons on my keyboard to all be that button and then just hit them all. And that would probably possibly even exceed the speed of the two-thumb mash. Sounds like a plan. Let's do that. Gold!
This way, tarnished. May I have a word?
You still may not have a word. That is an interesting lag spike. Is my game crashing? Not fully crashing, but that sure was strange. Don't do this. We just goldged. We're fine. This has really been our Elden Ring. Only the most Elden of rings. Ronnie hacked my CPU because I didn't give her a word. Well, I still don't want to give her a word. I'll take that trade. We're locked in. Focused. We're on too good of a start. The Elden Ring was the friends we made along the way. But what if we didn't make any friends along the way? What if we only made enemies along the way? Driving always feels weird with keyboard and mouse. Oh, like a game like Trackmania or something? I don't know. I think it feels fine. I could see it feeling weird on like a more realistic driving thing, like a Forza Motorsport or something. Wait for the Elden Ring movie, but it won't have George R.R. Martin or something. Wasn't that the rumor? Something. Either way, it will probably not end up good. Probably. Movies based on video games don't have the best track records. Said it would happen and he never lies. Well, there you go. You remember to do what? Sit in your dark room and stare at a wall? Yeah. Pretty close to what I'm doing right now. Even with George R.R. Martin, I doubt they can make it a good movie. Seems like it would be quite tough. Like a TV show that gets to slowly explore the backstory of characters and all that. I could, you know, maybe I could see. A singular movie to cover the events of the game. Bro, nobody understands the events of the game after playing through the game for 80 hours. How are you gonna condense that down into a movie? Why haven't I gotten to work in days? The work is all finished. We worked. We got to work. We worked.
Welcome. Did value these. I'm hungry.
Hey. I'll try a TV series. 2, the actor who never played the game, want to make the character changes, make no sense. Canceled after 2 seasons. That's also fair. Video game adaptations are canceled. They just never work. Also said Elden Ring is a Dark Souls 3 sequel. And to put him in jail, Book 6 doesn't come out by 2020. Yep. Those all sound like true statements to me. Lock him up. Could be an adaptation of a run getting all the NPC armor. Yes, the slaughtering. Witcher kind of worked. I enjoyed it. I did hear good things about The Witcher, but that's adaptation technically based on the books, right? Because, or I mean, maybe it's based more directly on the video games, but the video games are based on the books, so it does have still literature to go off of. I don't know. It's based on the books. Well, there you go. Then not a video game adaptation. We're counting it officially not a video game adaptation. Based on random people's writing. They changed everything. Oh. Directors of the Witcher series literally went bad after being mediocre at the start. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Good thing for me, I'm not a Witcher fan. Yet. One day we'll play The Witcher 3. Maybe even The Witcher 4. If it comes out and is good. I don't think that one works, Ray. I don't... Seems like a little tiny bit of a stretch to me. Good. Okay, come on, Magnus. We are on a good start. This magic comes from its lack of direct storytelling. Yes, very true. Ooh, Magnus. That was a very scary opening attack for you to do. Okay. That was very weird to salvage, but we got there in the end. Good enough, Magnus. Okay. That works. A little unfortunate that we couldn't kill it while keeping it close, but not the worst thing. What's in the scarab? It's a somber smithing stone 5. We get a 6 from Magnus. We buy the 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's it for the whole run. A very unlucky Darrow Whill, but oh, this extra sucks. Come on, just die, please. Yep, that's like a 15 to 20 seconds lost because we got the worst possible opener, and then he jumped back again for no reason instead of staying in and trying to fight us. So that was that is double worst. It's actually possible to be slightly worse than that. There is a triple worst, but that is double worst possible outcome. So, like, 20 seconds lost. Very cool, Darrow. Very cool. Yep, 20 seconds lost.
I presume I am an old crow, perhaps you.
Triple worst with mashed potatoes and beans. Wait, now I'm hungry. +6 PCR sounds rough. It is. It is very rough. But as long as you just basically play the fight hitless, you'll win eventually. key. Back in the green. Did the run in 15 minutes, just forgot to record. Ah, of course.
You ain't let greed anchor until it will tragic across the far. But the Consort brave seek to become Leto.
Gold. Need to stay motivated for the daily content, yes.
You claim what? My dad. Words are truly. I believe. Even that's the part.
What a roller coaster. Yo, what up, Murtag? What are the biggest time losses in the current world record? I don't know, actually. I haven't seen the current world record yet.
No.
It's possible that they're just doing faster strats than me, and I just don't know about them yet. Oh, missed. Yo, thanks for watching. Murtag and I used to be fighting for that Shura no air swim world record way back in the day. Those were good times. Now we're just a washed up Elden Ring streamer. Watch the world record tonight. Oh. Discover the secrets.
You've complained with this a night now. This no.
The world record's still uploaded on speedrun.com. Would love to watch it. It probably is uploaded. It's just going to take a very long time to verify. They are like multiple weeks behind on verifications currently.
You have.
Which absolutely does happen. Good heavens. Billy quality. Ugh. Maybe I don't want to watch it. I'll have to just be inspecting. Does this pixel look slightly different than my strategy? I don't know. These other pixels look kind of the same as my strategy. Oh, well, actually, I think there's 7 red pixels there. So that I think that means he did something different, actually. Tried walking faster. That would help. Faster travel speed would make it easier to get the record. Oh, that's really bad. Okay. Not too bad now, but 2 blood rains in the first, like, 3 attacks that he did is, not ideal. This certainly will not be our fastest mode yet. Well, that's exactly what I wanted you to not do, and exactly when I wanted you not to do it, but... Very, very slow one-cycle Moog. Yeah. Again with the fire spam, yep. So this this run so far, not lucky. I think that was... I think... Magnus was like okay luck. No, actually Magnus was pretty bad luck. Radon, I'm pretty sure I remember was bad luck. Darrowil was horrendous luck, and Moog was bad luck. So far it's an all bad luck run. Oops, all bad luck. Like, you don't even get hit, pisses you off. Still believe in 4.5%. It's definitely still possible. Especially if that luck turns around in the end, we could PB by a lot. Or if we continue to get the worst luck ever, yeah, you know, then it'll be tough. And like 7 seconds lag freeze. Yeah, but that doesn't count against us. If the game freezes, the timer freezes with it because the timer is reading the in-game time. So it's luckily does not count against us, which is very nice that it does that. It's a very good feature. Keeps a lot of the hardware more balanced so that somebody that gets more lag spikes or freezes is not just going to lose time to somebody that gets less. Because it's not like that lag spike is helping you. It's not like it's like, oh, somebody could cheat by lagging out their computer. It's like, you really want it to just freeze and have no idea when it's going to unfreeze? I don't think so.
hydrate.
Who is this rate guy, and why do we keep asking him to hide? Oh, that should have hit. That was so close. All right, music. I mean, there's not a lot of in-game music in this section. There's like the slightest bit.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. No way! Oh. Woo. Salvaged. Somehow my kukri did not distract him. Couldn't tell you why. Okay.
Only fine. You have now to become the thing as much. Now.
I kind of forgot what I was doing there slightly. My bad. I needed to get out at range from her so I could immediately stop talking by just walking out of range. Excited for Metroid Prime 4. They're making a Metroid Prime 4? I remember really liking Metroid Prime 1. But I don't really remember if I ever played 2 or 3. Okay, nice. Good hippo. Stop chasing me, please. Would you do a speedrun that takes like 60 hours, for example? Would I? No. I mean, unless I had like some really good reason, I don't think I would ever do a speedrun that takes like 60 hours. There are speedruns that do take like 60 hours. That is just like the fastest you can do certain objectives in games. Like I think there's like a Yu-Gi-Oh game where in order to like collect all the cards or something, it on average takes like 60 hours or something. I want to say it's like Forbidden Memories or something. But would I do that run? FNAF security breach 600%. How long does that take? Animal Crossing speedrun with a real-world 2-week wait timer. I'm gonna flip here. That's it. How many new game pluses you can do in 24 hours? Well, an any percent run takes about 1 hour. So 24 new game pluses, theoretically? That would be kind of an interesting speedrun. Can I do 24 new game pluses in 24 hours? But not bait. Oh, it gets faster up to New Game 7, and you will get faster and faster after each New Game 7. I don't know that you will actually get any faster, because you'll probably already be maxed out in damage stats. But, yeah. Might be too low. Or too high, I meant. Should work, though. I shot in damage stats by like New Game 3, yeah. Your favorite DLC open area? I don't know.
A brazen to you, I must uphold then, and surely.
Nice. CBD would average 1 to 2 hours per cycle. Right, but he was also doing them hitless, so he had to take a little bit of extra precaution. If you're pure speedrunning, no hitless, you can go a little faster. I don't doubt that CBD was also still pretty darn fast. Like, he is not one of the super slow hitless runners. Like, he'll take it safe where you need to, but I see runners like do strategies that take like an hour to get through like a single walking section. Is Gino slow? Generally not. Gino is generally efficient. If there are two strategies and they both work and one is faster, he'll generally go with the one that's faster. Unless the one that's faster actually isn't perfectly safe. But at least that's what I've seen. Is Dino the GOAT? He might be. Certainly one of the GOATs. What I was looking for, but
percent raw input percent.
Percent raw input percent indeed. Don't put out here. Yo, burning wave. Thank you for the prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Mitras was the GOAT. Mitras could never be.
Percent raw input percent.
Rocks. Yo, thank you for the prime sub as well. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Okay. Prepare your guzz.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Oh, this is not lucky. Gah. Not the best Mesmer we've ever seen, but that'll do. Oh, actually, it was close to a gold. Definitely could have been better, but that is still, we definitely take that.
Yet, the death of men now in vengeance if Mickle, and I would.
Percent raw and put percent.
That missed? Ah. I got so distracted by that missing that I didn't dodge correctly. That sucks. That's never happened before. That has never happened before. That just misses and gets me hit like that. Well, rip PB. It's dead. It's Jover.
Good luck, Mick.
Not do the worst things consistently. What are you doing? Why did you not stagger? Aww, and then you don't give me the riposte either? Go ahead, stall. Yep, I knew it. Oh, and then put me on the wrong side of her, so I have to do that to get the riposte, barely. Very cool game, very cool. PB is still technically possible, but we cannot get a good PB. We cannot get an actual, like, wow, a PB. We can get like, oh cool, we PB'd by 5 seconds. Cool. But might as well try for it.
go, Mitch. You can beat me, Quiquella. I believe in you.
Yeah, probably. Just probably not fast enough. %, PB chance. Stairs went perfect. Consort's the only boss you haven't beaten yet. Understandable. He is definitely the toughest one. To be honest, the patch was just necessary. That boss was just horrible. Yup. You have a macro script for quitting out, or are you just super fast with the muscle memory? Just fast with the muscle memory. It is not allowed to use a macro or script for it. Sometimes I still mess it up. Sometimes I still press slightly the wrong buttons and we lose a bunch of time, or lose the run in very, you know, bad situations. Gold! That... I really thought that would have activated her on the first one. %, PB chance.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow this.
Perfect, Dane. Basically perfect Leda too. That should be a gold. Yep, big gold. $34% PB chance. Beautiful, that's a PB.
Good luck, Mitch.
PB 5727 with a full death on Romina and her being nice even after the, or being mean even after the death because we triple golded the end. Oh man, lost an entire minute there. So this would have been low 56, like a 56, you know, 20s or 30s, depending on how nice Romina was. So, could have been second place. Could have overtaken Tom with this run. But, was not quite fast enough for world record heading into Romina. But, it's close. Yeah. We had something disastrous happen at the start, right? It was like a bad what was it? Let me scroll up and let's see. Oh yeah, it was Darrowil. Darrowil stalled for 20 seconds. Radon stalled a bit. Moog was not great. And then Romina we lost over an entire minute on. Still PB, though, by the way. Woo! Hooray! We got there. We got there. Daryl. Frickin' Daryl. I was full of bad luck from beginning, but not the end. Not the end. The end was perfect. The actual end was perfect. Everything after Romina. The game was like the meanest it could be on Romina, and then it was like, all right, you deserve a break. Here, fine. Have perfect luck to end it. Out. Yeah, I haven't done multiplayer in Elden Ring. Co-op could be fun. PvP, not so much. Going against those late-end consort splits will be suffering. That's true, but we should always be massively in the green heading into those splits. But yeah, that will be... We golded by like 3 seconds on both of the final 2 splits. Like, that just does not happen. Luck is pure skill for sure. Woo! Is it the world record? It is unfortunately not. It's still about a minute off of the world record because we lost about a minute on Romina. Would have been the world record if Romina was good and Daryl was good. Then, but you know, that's the, well, if every boss was perfect, we just would have had world record, you know. But we're getting there. We're getting closer. Jadier, what's up? We just PB'd! Woo! The fastest Enir Illim ever. If there is Enir Illim percent, this would be a world record forever. You know, maybe. That might be true. Well, only for a +6 Bloodhound Fang, because you can go a lot faster with other weapons or more upgraded, but... Did I break the record? I broke my own record, but not the record. Not the full record. So, with that, I think we end it there. It was a great night of runs. We end on a PB, which I love to do. You guys know how I love to end on a PB. And I'm just gonna post it in the Discord. And let's find someone here to raid. GG's, thank you, thank you. Such a good time with a death. I mean, we got really lucky at the end. We got so lucky at the end to, like, make up for having that death. That was certainly an interesting one. All right. I'm gonna post D's nuts in the Discord. Doesn't seem like something you should do. Let's raid. We were talking about him earlier. Why don't we go ahead and raid Dino, who is doing Elden Ring randomizer no-hit runs. Trying to steal Aggie's content, he is, I guess. But, yeah. Good way to end stream. Exactly. Thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.